their national content and how they're also actively participating in the recruitment of Papua New Guineans in various fields of their supply chains and value chains. This session, this event today is a celebration of the national content programs and models that have been implemented right across the sector. You will hear from the banking financing sector, from the creative industry, from the construction sector, and also from the agriculture sector. Of course, the topic of national content has largely been reverberated in the extractive industries, and we will hear from the mining sector, and also for the first time, Peter Larden, the managing director, the new managing director of ExxonMobil Papua New Guinea. So once again, thank you for your attendance, and certainly look forward to the engagements. Just some housekeeping rules. Unfortunately, we will not be having a time for Q&A, question and answer session, but I do encourage all of you to utilize the chat function, and throughout the course of the sessions, I will prompt the speakers, the presenters, and the panel members to respond. At the same time, I do encourage panel and presenters, feel free to also respond using the chat functions as well. Finally, I would like to thank the partners for this event, the Papua New Guinea Chambers of Commerce and Industry, the IBBM Enterprise Center, and of course, ExxonMobil Papua New Guinea Limited. Now it gives me my great pleasure to invite the President of the Chamber of Commerce, the Chambers of Mining and Petroleum, Papua New Guinea, President Richard Kasman, to give us his thoughts in his opening remarks. Thank you. Richard.
Thank you very much, Dale. And good morning to the Executive of the Business Council of Papua New Guinea, our distinguished guests, distinguished speakers who will be speaking throughout the day, ladies and gentlemen. And also good evening to our virtual audience that are connecting right around the world. So welcome to day 2 of Private Government Connect 2 project. It is the first day of our National Content Conference, and I share your anticipation of the presentations today around this important aspect of our nation's social and economic development. The terms national content, while simplistic in its own phrasing, is usually a large subject area which cuts across nearly all of us, both our private and public sectors. It is an important national aspiration which is seen through a myriad of lenses by all who speak of it. Today, we were indeed to benefit from the presentation of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Commerce and Industry, Honourable Sam Bassel, but due to his work commitments, he is unfortunately unable to join us today. Nevertheless, it is important that in the near future, we have this dialogue. Business and the wider stakeholder must hear from the Ministry, from the lens through which he and our national leadership sees national content in its definition. This is an important discourse. While I speak representing the resource sector, I also represent all Papua New Guineans and our investors who want to see us find a better way of using our resources and to benefit from our own homegrown skills and professional skill sets to ensure that together we develop a framework of legislation, regulation, processes and procedures that work to secure our country's future, importantly, with a multi-generational perspective. To frame our interactions today, I draw attention to Papua New Guinea Chamber of Mines and Petroleum's strategic intent statement. And let me read this. To create understanding of the importance of the industry, and to build local expertise, to attract investment, to empower Papua New Guinea to capture sustained nation-building benefit from its natural resources. This one statement captures, in my opinion, the essence of Private Connect 2 program, not just for the extractives, but investment in agriculture, ICT, banking, finance, tourism, manufacturing services, our service industry, and all sectors represented in our discourse today. Allow me to elaborate on our statement. One, to create understanding of the importance of the industry. The resource sector, like other sectors involved in discussions over this 3-day program, is recognized as an important stakeholder who is directly involved in framing and contributing to national content. Effective partnership between the private sector and the state is the only way forward, both in maturing effective ease of doing business and capturing national development aspirations. These must work together. They are compatible, and it is through forums like this that we develop an alignment understanding. And at end of day 3, we may be surprised to learn that we are all on the same side. We will have achieved an important outcome of Private Government Connect 2 with this realization. Second part of our statement, to build local expertise. To all our sectors, we focus on the creation of effective skills development in order to secure future skill sustainability. The building of local Papua New Guinean expertise is a well-recognized imperative. Yes, it's a legal requirement, but importantly, training and development of our local staff forms a cornerstone of our business models. Simply, it makes good business sense to do so. Training takes time. It is costly. There are no shortcuts, and effective training programs succeed when industry and government work hand in hand. This is not a tick-the-box exercise, and it requires major investment. May I remind us of how this is well aligned with our national development goals. Third part of our statement, to attract investment. Our collective efforts will ensure that we create a conducive environment which attracts investment, not a wholesale free-for-all to our natural resources. Papua New Guinea must set a well-structured strategy to attract world-class investors, cognizant with international standards that meet social, economic, and environmental benchmarks. Good investors are compliant, not only to their company standards, but to the laws of the host country, and indeed compliance with international conventions as well. Good legal framework, strong regulation, administered transparently, consistency of law will make Papua New Guinea a stable, progressive, and attractive investment destination. The fourth part of our statement, and to empower Papua New Guinea to capture sustained nation-building benefit from its natural resources. Far too long, we have considered our natural resources solely as a means to short-term financial gain and returns. Instead, we need to aspire to utilize our natural resources in the creation of sustained benefit for our citizens. Indeed, the guiding principles of our national constitution introduced the term to us, nation building. The question, how and what is required to build a nation remains relevant and was first penned to nurture and to foster long-term perspective. That was wise, and once again, the term a long-term perspective, I repeat again. The empowerment of Papua New Guineans in making national content the primary focus for any future investment discussions is fundamental. National content must frame how we utilize the benefits of our resources and not the end result of developing them. We must have discourse and dialogue on the term stakeholders, ensuring this is inclusive and encompasses all. Then we discuss our respective roles and responsibilities and what each of us are accountable for, each of us stakeholders. How do we work together under the framework of our Constitution and our laws? We must approach this discussion sensibly, with courage and forthrightness. In our country's short history, there are examples, legacies for us to deal with. So let's do that. Future generations will judge us on how we handle this important topic. In the Chamber's first webinar event this year, staged only last Thursday, Prime Minister Honourable James Marape delivered his keynote address. And indeed, he was an active participant in the webinar presentations and later gave some closing perspectives. He mentioned and is on record saying that the mining and petroleum sector remains our #1 economic sector in our country. And that is acknowledged and will remain so. Our government will do everything possible to ensure that mining and petroleum is not harmed. Let me say here that I am sure that our Prime Minister is not saying that we will sell the whole farm, so to speak. He appreciates that foreign direct investment brought in through development of major resource projects provides the stimulus for the wider economy. This was fleshed out in our discussion. Therefore, our Prime Minister highlighted this point, giving reassurance to the industry that any discussions around the review of legislation for both mining and petroleum reform of the sector would be a collaborative effort. And we're thankful for our Prime Minister's approach. Indeed, the industry acknowledges that it is the prerogative of any sovereign state to review its laws. We believe that reform is necessary and timely, and that we can achieve this outcome with effective consultation and dialogue. I want to conclude by bringing to us Business Council's commendable stepped approach highlighted in this conference: rescue, recovery, and rebuild. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has not stopped. We have not ridden out of this storm, and we must learn to live with the new norms. What's important is that we are not going back to 2019. We must now look forward. Economies that will succeed must reset, refocus, and realign, and put in place perhaps different but practical, enhanced foundations that will bring this country forward. Aspirations are important. They inspire a generation, but we must be practical. We must be pragmatic, and we must know that it is with hard work, sweat, and grit that we can build this nation. I know I speak for everyone who has contributed so far in this discussion series, and all that we'll be privileged to hear from today and tomorrow, and underline that collaboration and effective partnership is the path for us to tread. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and it's back to you, Do.
Thank you, Richard, for your remarks and certainly setting the tone for today. Undoubtedly, one of the great occupations that the private sector has had, not only in the Marape government, but also in the previous O'Neill government, has been this particular subject matter of active Papua New Guinea participation in the market. So Certainly over the years, the subject is crystallizing. I think that's the great thing. And we're now at a point where a conference such as this, we can talk specifically on numbers, specifically on investments, specifically on the type of models that we can truly contextualize for the growth and development of this great country. And certainly your chamber has been very proactive in getting this definition correct. So thank you for your remarks. As mentioned by Richard, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Sam Basil, was to join us due to his commitments. He didn't, but for the benefit of those that have dialed in, Honorable Sam Basil's department and ministry is the agency responsible for framing the policy of national content. So we certainly will be interacting with the minister and his department in the coming months to establish that much of what will be discussed today will be a direct reflection in the policy that he is evolving. Certainly one of his key KPIs, as he mentioned to us in a previous engagement. Thank you, Richard. We'll now, it gives me great pleasure to now start the first session and introduce the speakers and the panel members. Sustaining large foreign direct investments and the Papua New Guinea liquefied natural gas experience. A fantastic webinar was hosted by the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum last year, in which Exxon celebrated its 10 years in the LNG 10 years experience. Of course, Exxon's been here prior to the 10 years. And it was really in that webinar, the public appreciated the tremendous footprint that Exxon has presented with its partners right throughout the market, not just on the project site. I am a recipient of one of those benefits as I reside at I-Town, and that was definitely a feature that was presented there as a major spin-off benefit that has evolved. And we'll hear more of that from Ulato. But it gives me great pleasure to introduce the new Managing Director of ExxonMobil Papua New Guinea Limited, Peter Laden. This is his first engagement in a business forum. So thank you, Peter, for taking time to share your thoughts. Please, I now hand over the floor to you.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. And morning, True Olgeta. Government officials, PNG Council, Business Council President Nuni Kulu, PNG Chamber of Commerce and Industry President Ian Taritia, Mr. Richard Castman, who had great opening remarks representing the PNG Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, and local business representatives. It's a genuine pleasure to be here with you today at the National Content Conference, and I thank the Business Council of PNG for providing this platform for all sectors to come together to discuss a really important topic and the contributions and opportunities to collectively advance national content and the economy of Papua New Guinea. ExxonMobil Papua New Guinea is extremely pleased to be able to support this event, and it's very meaningful for me as well for it to be my first representation on behalf of ExxonMobil Papua New Guinea as the new Managing Director. The opportunity to join Ulato, Corey, Liebe, and my colleague Noah to share the Papua New Guinea LNG story is a truly great privilege. But before getting into my remarks, I do want to thank everyone for following the COVID-19 protocols and encourage everyone to get vaccinated. As shown across the world, vaccines are an essential part of every country's COVID-19 defense, and we all need to do our part. And as Justin Olam very eloquently says, get vaccinated for you, for me, and for Papua New Guinea. Having recently rejoined ExxonMobil Papua New Guinea now as Managing Director, I'm proud and humbled to share with you the PNG LNG story and the critical importance of national content in everything we do. As some may be aware, I previously supported the PNG LNG project during its early years, and now coming back in its 7th year of production, I'm in absolute awe of the results achieved by the partnership between industry, government, and the communities. For me, the whole landscape of Port Moresby has changed, and changed for the better since I left as part of the ripple effect of Papua New Guinea LNG. From advancements in domestic power to development of world-class hotels, the beautiful harbourfront, and significant growth in capacity and capability of small and medium enterprises. It's truly astounding what you've all achieved. I will pass on my deepest thanks to Andrew Barry, though, for his tremendous leadership over the last 6 years. He's left a fantastic legacy, and I look forward to building upon the standards both he and ExxonMobil PNG have set to not only establish but further PNG's reputation as a world-class LNG producer. I also want to thank our workforce as well as our network of local suppliers and business partners. The opportunity to work with and learn from each of you is a privilege, and I look forward to getting to know you in the days, weeks, and years to come. So hopefully some materials will be on the screen. You'll now see a little bit of the content as I walk through, and I'll move on to the prepared presentation here. So on my return, the central role that our Papua New Guinean workforce plays in PNG LNG's success was clear from day one. The photograph that you'll see on the screen here in just a moment may seem like an average day, but to me it is truly special. When I left PNG back in 2010, it was just the beginning, but now it's a reality. Our technicians who started as operations and maintenance trainees are now running a highly complex LNG operation. And in the photo on the screen, you'll see Noah, a colleague of mine, who is our production operations supervisor at the Hides gas conditioning plant. Noah, we are all so very proud of you. Thanks to you and your colleagues for all your dedication, your willingness to learn, teach and grow, and for what you bring the project every single day. Working at or with PNG LNG has positively changed the lives of so many. And as we'll hear from Noah, it's inspired those around us and future generations to see what's possible and to gain lifelong skills that contribute to society. While it can't be measured by numbers, seeing such an impact is exactly what motivates me and our entire organisation. Moving on to the next chart, today over 2,500 Papua New Guineans work across our operations, making up some 91% of our total workforce. Almost half our workforce are employed from the local communities in which we operate. ExxonMobil PNG continues to grow our talent pool through partnerships with PNG universities and the Kumul Petroleum Academy. We can now fully train our operations and maintenance workforce in country to international standards, which is just a fantastic achievement. We run an incredibly complex operation, and it takes many years of training and experience to ensure our staff are capable of dealing with a mix of difficult problems and situations that they'll encounter. More than 230 Papua New Guineans, which include 25% women, were recruited through our operations and maintenance program. We now have a higher percentage of women working in our operations and maintenance group than any other ExxonMobil affiliate in the world. All of our control room technicians are now Papua New Guineans, including 4 women, and more than 77 hold leadership roles within ExxonMobil PNG. We are not only building a pipeline of Papua New Guinean talent with international experience to support our business. ExxonMobil PNG, in collaboration with each of you, is helping build the next generation of PNG's capacity. So let's recap quickly on the impact of the PNG LNG project, because it is significant. PNG LNG is the largest single investment in Papua New Guinea. And since 2014, over 10 billion kina has been paid to the country through taxes, landowner royalties, development levies, and distributions to Kumul Petroleum Holdings and MRDC. If we dig into this a little further, on the next chart, you'll see that this includes more than 2.6 billion kina in taxes, with some 1.5 billion kina paid in corporate income tax. It also includes more than 2 billion kina paid to landowners and provincial governments, and more than 5.6 billion paid to Kumul Petroleum. So with regard to growing businesses in PNG, we've spent some 15 billion kina in the country on goods and services across both the construction and production phases of the project, where we have made every effort to help create, train and employ local businesses so they too can grow and employ more Papua New Guineans. Through our partnership with the IBBM Enterprise Centre, ExxonMobil Papua New Guinea has invested more than 27 million kina in business development related activities, including supporting approximately 600 business assessments, the equivalent of more than 46,500 training days and mentoring some 20,000 entrepreneurs. ExxonMobil PNG's work with the Enterprise Centre during the past decade has helped build the capacity of PNG LNG's 2 representative landcos so they could achieve self-sustaining operations. It's also helped develop Papua New Guinean businesses such as Neries Engineering Limited and Total Waste Management. Approximately 4 billion kina has been invested back into local landowner companies or landcos, including education and training programs to help contribute to their growth and their long-term success. And our commitment to investing in local goods and services saw almost 200 businesses and 15 landcos engaged in 2020. They're Papua New Guinean businesses. We share the PNG government's goal of building the capacity of local suppliers and SMEs, and our efforts in this space continue to feature prominently across all aspects of our project. I'm sure Corey and Leba will share with you today, we have passed on our values and standards to help create a strong foundation for businesses to expand and flourish. But business is more than just about creating revenue. It's about people and about supporting the development of the local economies and society to create a better quality of life for all. And our commitment to supporting communities in which we work remains central to everything we do. In partnership with landowner companies and the Department of Works, we're also making great improvements to infrastructure, including upgrades to highways, roads and bridges. We've invested more than 200 million kina in hospitals, clinics, schools, women's empowerment, agriculture, education, scholarships, sporting clubs, charities, sexual violence safe houses, livelihood capacity building, and business support training, a truly diverse suite of opportunities. We're improving the quality of lives, we hope, for Papua New Guinea for the long term. A great story that illustrates collaboration is that of Laba Holdings and Dari Tailoring. As stated by Laba Chairman Rahu Kavo, Laba is committed to women's empowerment. And to demonstrate this commitment, in 2020, Laba contracted Dari Tailoring, a local women's sewing business in Boira, to produce uniforms for their air travel staff. And this is a picture, excuse me, this is a picture of Dorika Dai, the founder of Dari Tailoring, and what a fantastic business and community partner. Dorika is part of the Advancing PNG Women's Leadership Network and a previous participant in the ExxonMobil sponsored Global Women in Management program, where she learned from business experiences and stories of other women. It's a fantastic example of how business, of how building capacity is also about community and the role that industry, local businesses and community collaboration can drive positive outcomes for Papua New Guineans. So as we look forward, with the new power plant online, PNG LNG supports about 60% of Port Moresby's power demand. And once the Derio power station starts up soon, gas from PNG LNG will see power supply from Port Moresby increase even further. We remain committed to supporting other power opportunities, including those in the Hides area, and imagine what constant and lower cost power supply will mean to homes and businesses in those regions. The short story is your success is our success. We are partners and we are fiercely proud of the way that we do business and the revenue we generate for our country, for the country and for the people and the environment we protect. From the stories shared, we've come a long way. We want to continue to move forward. We want to also make sure we don't lose the progress we've made so far. And so it'll take the support of everyone, one team moving forward to support Papua New Guinea. So I could not be more excited about my new role and the opportunity to live and work here in Papua New Guinea. It's truly an honour to be with you here today. Believe it or not, PNG LNG took over 30 years to be realised, from when the resource was first discovered in 1989 to the export of the first LNG cargo in 2014. We know this is a long-term business, and with all partners sharing in the risk and reward over the lifespan of the project. And as we look ahead, upcoming projects will not only unlock new employment opportunities for Papua New Guineans, but create opportunities for new commercial ventures to drive and deliver long-term sustainable economic returns to the country. Foreign investment and large-scale projects can create opportunity, but it's the mix of partnerships along with sound micro and macroeconomic policies that will turn such opportunities into a sustainable platform for growth. PNG LNG and future developments can be a platform for helping create a future that every Papua New Guinean so richly deserves. So what is important to encouraging further investment in PNG? It comes back to all the factors that made PNG LNG so successful. It's the cooperation with government, with landowners and with communities, and ensuring sound oil and gas regulatory policy that supports private investment. Now in the 7th year of production, PNG LNG is still at the beginning of its multi-decade production life. And you can already see the positive effects from successful construction and early startup on the economy. While COVID continues to present many challenges, we all need to remain committed to enabling the positive role that foreign direct investment in PNG's resource sector, as well as the non-resource sector plays. The vision of a truly diversified PNG economy that drives local productivity while creating lasting positive effects from external investment is something all of us share. Now, as my remarks come to a close, I reflect further on the strength of PNG LNG's diverse workforce and business partners. You are the definition of resilience and teamwork. Our ability to create and together drive forward a shared vision shows the important and challenging role that the industry plays in Papua New Guinea today and tomorrow. I truly appreciate you giving me your time today, and I look forward to hearing from the panel and getting to know you all further in the weeks and years to come. Thank you.
Peter, thank you for your remarks, and certainly the investment that you've taken us through is not confined to the project. It's quite remarkable that it is not only a national project, but it's also a national beneficiary in its true respect. We now have the privilege of hearing some of the partners that has been supporting this project, unfortunately, Ulato Ave won't be joining us. It's a pity because I wanted to make some complaints on the water supply at Edai Town that she owns. But let me move on to Corey Chan. And Corey, welcome to the session. First of all, I had the privilege of having a quick tour facility for his staff Christmas party. And I certainly encourage everyone on the panel, if you haven't seen Corey's facility, it is worth taking the time, and how his business is evolving and the various expenditure that he's driving in not only his business, but the locality where he's from. It's located in West Hiri, in an exciting part of the central province in terms of development with the Tavua residential facilities as well. But Corey, please, you have the floor. Give us your thoughts on TWM Group, its conception, and the relationship with the PNG LNG project.
Yeah, thanks, Deveri. I've just got a couple of slides. If you could just make me host, I'll be able to share my screen. And just while that's happening, yeah, to the Business Council of PNG, Deveri, and also Peter Larden, ExxonMobil PNG, thanks for the opportunity to participate in this morning's conference, and looking forward to sharing our story with the panel. Okay, can everyone see that? Deveri, can you see that?
Yes, yes, Corey.
Okay, no worries. I'll get started. As I said, I've got a couple of slides just to run through. Yeah, just please be patient, and hopefully enjoy what I'm about to share. But I've titled our presentation for today, Riding the TWM Wave, and you'll better understand that as I get into the presentation. Firstly, just a quick disclaimer for the legals, so please take note. But what I wanted to open with initially was to share with everyone what our purpose, vision, and values are, because as I said, these are the underlying pillars which I guess build the fabric of our company. They provide accountability. They also build the culture in which we like to operate. And that's something that stems right across between TWM across to the PNG LNG project as well. But our vision is to showcase PNG as a leader in developing world-class essential services that create a positive impact on the environment and society. Our purpose or our drive is that we exist to create a better reality for PNG, our environment, people and culture. And we live by 5 principal values or core values at our company, which is to lead the way, to live your legacy, to be honest, to show that we care, and to be safe. And I guess, you know, for any PNG SME, I think these are fundamental aspects that you need to develop. As I said, there's so many benefits, you know, as guiding tools and principles for how your business can operate. And we've benefited a lot from that. Okay, so how did TWM start? Funny enough, it started way back in 2009-10 on a surfing expedition in my home province of New Ireland. And my then partners, who I had the benefit of taking across to my home province, were just mesmerised by the pristine beauty, the amazing flora and fauna, and of course the friendly people that we have in Papua New Guinea. Their experience that they brought to the table was, you know, a numerous amount of years working in the industrial waste industry in Australia. And together we felt that there was an opportunity to develop a world-class waste management service and provider in country. It was here in New Ireland that we developed the corporate charter for TWM, which is to protect the country's natural and cultural heritage. And since that expedition in 2010, we have been riding the TWM wave. More specific to the PNG LNG project and the steps in which we became involved with the project, I think it's very important to share this story as well. But we followed a number of different processes which were advertised and promoted to local suppliers in PNG. The first of which was to register as a local supplier on the IBBM Centre and the local database. The second of which was that we attended a number of different conferences that were held by ExxonMobil PNG at the time. And as a local supplier, there was a key focus around the types of services that that you would like to offer to the project. You needed to demonstrate that you had capacity and experience. There was a lot of encouragement at the time around forming joint venture partnerships if you didn't have that capacity and experience. Unfortunately, just relating back to you know, the formation of TWM in New Ireland, I had fortunately formed a joint venture with my overseas and then partners, which ran from 2011 to 2014. So with that, we had local knowledge and experience and an understanding of how business is done in PNG, blended in with the technical expertise from overseas partners. I guess the you know, the evolution of any business, my overseas partners decided that they wanted to divest in 2015, and that's when we became 100% PNG owned, and we've been 100% PNG owned since then. The construction phase was a really interesting period. There were a number of different tenders in the waste sector through the EPCs, and once again, utilising that local supplier database through the IBBM Centre, we managed to identify a number of those different opportunities, and we were successful in delivering that service and scope. I guess over that time frame, in being able to safely deliver the service, and you know, I guess doing it on you know, in line with budget and safely, we managed to build up a reputation for our company, and that then transcended onto the production phase with ExxonMobil to deliver the waste services contract for the upstream and downstream facilities. I guess what I'd like to share in this story is about the approach. You know, as a national contractor, a PNG company-owned operator on the PNG LNG project, there's been a real genuine interest and focus around national content, but more so around partnership. Okay, you know, looking for solutions, problem solving, forward planning, finding efficiencies, and I believe that relationship has really grown and developed, and it's allowed us to also foster our growth and the evolution of our company as well, which I'll take you through in the next couple of slides. I guess on the focus of national content development, it's a contractual requirement, and it's something that we take a lot of pride in and are fully ingrained in developing through our own national content plan, And as I said before, it is a requirement on the contract. What is TWM? So we are PNG owned and incorporated since 2011. This year is our 10th year of operation. We see ourselves as an end-to-end essential services provider, providing turnkey solutions. We've been ISO accredited since 2015 in quality, safety and environment. And later this year, we'll be applying for our 4th accreditation for corporate social responsibility. We're permitted and compliant. So currently our facility holds an environmental permit, an L2B with SEPA, and we've put in a notice of intent for an L3 permit, which will be the first for a waste facility in Papua New Guinea to obtain. So we're working through that process at the moment. I guess since the inception of TWM back in the early days, what we realised was that there was a lack of infrastructure to be able to safely treat and dispose of, pardon me, just losing my place here, to safely treat and dispose of hazardous waste in country, particularly waste products that were coming from the project. As a result, we, and that last point there around multiple Waigani Basel permits, we had to look at alternatives to treat and dispose of that waste safely, but also in line with our client, ExxonMobil, in regard to their standards and also their approved supplier database for overseas disposal facilities. So TWM went down a process of, I guess, building a relationship between 2 international regulatory bodies, between Australia and PNG, and we now are a holder of multiple Waigani Basel permits, which is for the transboundary movement of hazardous waste between countries. We have a regional remote project management team, multidisciplined and skilled. We employ over 140 plus national staff with 15 expatriate staff within our team. So we're currently sitting at about a national content of 85 to 90%. Just to touch on some of the financial and non-financial performance records, I think it's really important and paramount from a TWM perspective to focus on safety. It is definitely an aspect of our business that we take a lot of pride in. And over the years, we've achieved some really significant milestones. So we currently operate at a TRIFR of 0, with zero LTIs across the company since inception. In 2019, we were awarded the EMPNG Safety and Contractor of the Year Award, which we're very proud of. And just last week, our Hides gas conditioning team achieved 7 years LTI free and 4 years MVA free, which is motor vehicle accident. So when it comes to safety, it's ingrained in our DNA, and it's something that we've learnt on a day-to-day basis from working on the PNG LNG project, and it's something that we continually try to raise the bar in. I'll just drop down to commercial, as I've touched on those other items already, but in terms of commercial, we have fully audited accounts. We have a sound financial and commercial management, risk management and comprehensive insurance in place, particularly given the nature of the business that we operate in. And we have a lot of key strategic alliances in place as well. And I guess from an employee perspective, we have got a private medical insurance program in place for our staff. Tying in with national content, the R&D focus is absolutely pivotal. And once again, you'll see that in my latest slides. But in-country treatment and disposal of waste, it has been an absolute focus front of TWM's thinking and strategic approach, looking at recycling options and renewables. So where we're planning to go, for us, it's all about taking integrate. And once again, I have to the opportunity that on the PNG LNG project, but it's allowed us to then integrate into other service lines. The backbone of our business has been focused on waste and water, where we provide a multi-suite approach to waste services. But on the right-hand side there, you'll see the industrial services line, which is more focused around shutdowns and turnarounds. So as I mentioned before, over the last 5 years, being involved with ExxonMobil, we have allowed ourselves to get involved with more of these shutdowns and turnaround activities. For example, doing the catalyst changeouts for the molecular sieve vessels, and most recently up at Hydes, performing the steam cleaning of the stabilisation vessel. So an approach, of course, when there's these types of activities taking place, there's also waste that's generated, and we provide that end-to-end solution. The environmental advisory services is an arm that's focused around compliance and permitting, as well as environmental monitoring and reporting. And I guess from our own experience in dealing with the regulators and going through our process to get our own permitting and compliance in place, we've now built up capacity to be able to share that knowledge and share that experience with companies that want to follow a similar path. And I guess that's what's led us down to providing that environmental advisory service. In the last quadrant there, you'll see manpower and development. So from a national content perspective, an absolute paramount aspect, which we are fully focused on. TWM is now heading down a path of becoming a registered training organisation with NTC. In addition to that, we're working quite closely with DFAT, as we would like to participate in the Pacific Labour Mobility Program through our subsidiary in Australia, to look at placing and exporting Papua New Guineans overseas to build up expertise and skills base, so that in 3 years and 5 years' time, or over the next 20 years, we're able to bring back Papua New Guineans to participate in these different activities that I've listed here, and be able to self-perform more in country. We've also got a shipping and logistics arm that provides coastal domestic shipping. That's based up in Lae and Madane. I thought it's important just to share some of the challenges that we experience, and I'm sure every Papua New Guinea business has their own fair share of challenges. But for us, it's been around compliance and regulation, creating a fair playing field, raising the standards of how we treat waste management in the country, and of course, limited government resources to monitor and enforce non-compliance from an environmental perspective. Community health and environment risk, I think there's a mindset that needs to be changed right across the country, and I think I'm starting to see it happen now. And most notably is that the national government have put a steering committee together to really drive and develop the national waste and chemical management policy for the country, of which TWM will be sitting at the table to help drive that policy introduction as well. From a local capacity perspective, skills-based knowledge and education, and of course, payment risk. One of those is government risk. The other is Forex, which I know is high on the agenda for a number of different businesses. And of course, the technical services and support. From a waste perspective, there is a lot of technical input that's required. And given the green nature and the infancy of the industry in PNG, we have had to rely on bringing in that overseas support to provide that service. So for us, I guess national content targets, 3 key aspects around labour resource development. So the upskilling, getting international exposure for Papua New Guineans and being able to self-perform in the future. From an asset and infrastructure development, I think it's investment in infrastructure and also having the equipment in country, and I'll talk a little bit about that a little bit later. And last but not least is the local supply chain and development. So having standards of what we need, when we need it, and having that reliability, but building up the supply database to be able to provide the necessary products and services that we need to deliver our service. I've got 2 case studies to touch on. Deveri, you mentioned it, that you had visited our site, but I think this is a perfect example of our national content strategy in terms of building capacity in Papua New Guinea. So it's a waste and water case study, and it's focused on infrastructure development. Our facility out at Roku in Central Province is a 20-hectare state lease title property. It has a current environmental permit, an L2B in place. As I mentioned earlier, we have put in a notice of intent for an L3 permit, and we're working through that process now with SEPA. But it's been designed and developed to meet international standards. So I've focused on 3 particular standards there, for US EPA, Euro EPA, and Aussie EPA standards. And that is actually coming through in the technology that we're introducing to our facility. It's suitably located. It's about 10 kilometres away from the LNG plant site. It's directly opposite the AES port facility and 8 kilometres away from the Motukia terminal. This is an example of capacity building, in-country treatment and disposal. Okay, so I guess what we're trying to do is divert away from the exporting of hazardous waste overseas. We would like to see that, the ability to be able to treat and dispose of that in-country to all the necessary compliance from a PNG legislation perspective, but also to international standards. From an environmental compliance perspective, this exercise, particularly through the permitting process, has been a great exercise for both ourselves and also for the regulatory body SEPA. And it will lead to building capacity within their department. Of course, there's technology innovation as well. So I guess one of the examples of that is the introduction of our industrial wastewater treatment plant, which will treat a variety of different contaminated waters. But that's been an R&D exercise that we have participated in with one of our partners from overseas to really research and understand the types of waste streams that we will collect in PNG, and then to be able to safely treat and dispose of that on our facility here at Roku. The impact of this project, in my view, will be felt locally, it'll be felt nationally, and also from a regional perspective. And when I say regional, I mean the entire Pacific. This is just a diagram of, I guess, how we are designing our facility. But I guess what's most important here is looking at the front end of the facility. Our objective is to meet the waste hierarchy of reducing and reusing, remanufacturing, recycling waste. But we also have the inclusion of our engineered landfill, which will be at the back end, and that's to treat any inert and hazardous waste material. Once again, all these different facilities that will be developed on site will be built to international standards. The second case study that I'd quickly like to touch on is around the industrial services. So as I mentioned earlier, we've been fortunate enough to participate in a number of different shutdown activities on the PNG LNG project, and that has then opened up our interest to participate more heavily in providing industrial services in country. I guess what we've highlighted here is some key areas around equipment and asset in country, providing that in country availability. The benefits of having equipment and assets in country is for ease of planning, reduced transit costs, reduced mobilisation costs, and being more agile. From a training perspective, as I touched on earlier, we're going down a path of becoming RTO certified, and we're also aligning ourselves with an international training program called ECITB, and that focus will be on upskilling PNG nationals to perform technical and specialist services, both from a mechanical and chemical perspective. Excuse me. Fostering national content. On-the-job training, overseas exchange programs, in-house recruitment, and of course a focus on QA and QC. Self-performance, I've touched on that already, but completing projects without or with reduced overseas vendor assistance and presenting cost savings to clients. And last but not least is client commitment, steady workflow, having their buy-in and confidence to self-perform. It's not going to happen overnight, but together, by taking the right processes and the right steps, we will be able to get to that stage in the future. And of course, early engagement and shared planned work scope, utilising global network for key strategic placements of PNG skilled labour. And I guess the outcome of that will be that in the future, we will be able to deliver the following IS services on the project. And that's it for me, Deveri. Thank you.
Corey, definitely a success story in its own right, and congratulations on gaining strength year by year. We definitely can see from an observation standpoint, the project is genuinely giving you the impetus in exploring your passion in environment and protection and conservation. It gives me great pleasure now to move on and introduce the next panel, Noah Pingin. You would have noted earlier in Peter's presentation where he mentioned a fully national team that was photographed in the control room in Hides. That particular photo, incidentally, is historical in many regards because that was the first time a full national team came on board. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce Noah, who is in that photograph, and for Noah to share us his journey, being part of the Exxon and generally the PNG LNG success story. So Noah, delighted to hear your thoughts, your journey, and definitely what's to come.
Can you hear me, though?
Noah, we can hear you.
All right. Is my video going to be on? Okay. All right. Thank you, Doe. And good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to participate in such a grand event. I am truly humbled to be in the presence of distinguished leaders and representative of some great PNG companies, leaders of industries who are passionate about shaping the future of business and in PNG and through developing our people. I work with some of the most talented and highly skilled people in the planet, and I'm proud to say that many of them are Papua New Guineans. From our housekeeping staff who make our beds and wash our clothes, to the kitchen staff who cook our food and keep us happy at work, to the drivers and aviators who are responsible for taking us from point A to point B, to the technicians and engineers who ensure of our processes and equipments, the public and government affairs people daily, the environmental team who make we are up to requirements, and the leaders of the project, the supervisors and managers who decisions. Those of us in how complex our business can be. And it takes everyone's commitment and teamwork. We rely heavily on each other like a well-oiled machine to produce just this one drop of LNG. So I think it's fitting that I take this opportunity to, at this juncture, to recognize all those great people that I work with. So a little bit about myself or my history. My journey in the project began in early 2010, over 11 years ago. I'm in my third year studying computer science at the University of Technology in Leh, and I see this ad on the papers about this PNG LNG project trying to recruit O&M technician trainees or operations and maintenance technician trainees. At the time, I had no idea what PNG LNG was all about because I paid no attention to the outside world. But what caught my eye was the opportunity to go study for a year in Canada. Now, who wouldn't want to grab on that opportunity? So I immediately rushed back to my room and started filling up the application, and I sent the application away. And after so many interviews and tests, I got a call in late June of 2010 that I was one out of 65 candidates who made it out of 10,000 plus applicants. So I was thrilled about the opportunity and I couldn't wait to see what the future held. So after a heated argument with my dad, who was very against me forfeiting my Bachelor of Science degree, I picked up my bags and off I went. And the rest is history, as they say, but it has been a very rewarding journey this far. This opportunity has enabled me to live in a foreign country for 1 year, travel to several other countries that I never even imagined, and made many good friends along the way. I've immersed myself in a different culture, which has broadened my outlook of the world, has helped me in my personal development, which has enabled me to assimilate well and advance my career in a multinational and multicultural corporation like ExxonMobil. My journey has influenced many Papua New Guineans, both at work and at home. It's been a double blessing to my family to have my younger brother, Mekadon Pingen, who's joined me on this journey. He's part of the 7th intake of operations technicians, operations technician trainees who have just completed 1 year Petroleum Academy. And they'll be joining the PNG LNG family on June 14th, which is next week. And my story is not unique. There are many other colleagues of mine who have multiple siblings and relatives working for this project. So you can see how the project's impacted not just one individual in the family, but like almost an entire tribe or clan, I would say. Highlights for me so far, my career highlights in the project. So in February of 2017, I became the first trainee to progress into a control room technician role, where I replaced an expert who had held that position. That control room technician is the senior technician role before you transition into a supervisory role. And then in November of 2017, I was presented the position of pipeline operations supervisor, where I accepted it. And in April of 2018, I transitioned over to become the pipeline supervisor. I also had the privilege of first group of PNG nationals to participate in the APEC Summit Voices of the Future in Da Nang, Vietnam. So because we were hosting the 2018 APEC Summit, 6 other Papua New Guineans and myself took part in this program, where we had a chance to witness how the summit carried out, and we also had a chance to share our thoughts about how the leaders can shape the future for. So that was an interesting experience. In February of 2018, as everyone can remember, we had a massive 7.6 magnitude earthquake, which destroyed the Central Highlands. At the time, I was the control room technician on duty at about 3 a.m. in the morning. And thanks to the world-class training that I received, I executed my role diligently in safely shutting down the Heights gas conditioning plant, the well pads, and the export pipelines. If everyone can remember what was going on during the time, the politics and the economy, that was what was going through my head. And I wanted to run away, but I was thinking to myself, if I don't shut this plant down properly, my country might suffer. So I had to do my job and safely executed my role. And thankfully, the plant was designed well and it sustained it had some damages, but we were able to get back up and running in less than 6 weeks, which was in itself a great story. In April of 2018, like I said, I transitioned to the pipeline. I transitioned down to the pipeline, which is, we managed the pipeline from Moro. So I went down there as the pipeline operations supervisor, and I became the first O&M, or operations maintenance technician trainee, to progress to this leadership role, replacing another expert and realizing ExxonMobil's vision of nationalizing the workforce. In June of 2019, I had the privilege of going to this gas tech conference in Houston, Texas, where I, along with another talented Papua New Guinean female colleague of mine, Apollonia Nabo, whom she's the control room technician of the LNG plant, we were tasked with presenting the PNG LNG project to the world. So we shared our stories about the project, focusing on the resilience of the PNG people and ExxonMobil working together to recover from the devastating earthquake in 2018. Our stories gave renewed confidence to our customers and potential investors. In 2019 as well, another highlight which I hold dearly is the evolution of the multi-skilled technicians role. So initially we only had operators who were running the pipeline, but we saw it as a business opportunity and also an opportunity for Papua New Guineans to diversify their skills. So we added on this new role of multi-skilled technician, where a mechanical technician could do a little bit of instrumentation technician role and also operations technician role, or vice versa. An instrument tech would do a mechanical technician role and an operations technician role. So this was realized where we wanted to save cost in terms of logistics, but at the same time, we upskilled several Papua New Guineans by putting them into that role and providing training for them. So I think that was a fantastic decision that we made for our business, benefiting both the business and the Papua New Guinea national. In 2020, as COVID was, affecting all fronts of our business, we were tasked with developing the COVID-19 protocols and safeguards. And I feel proud to say that I was involved in the early days of that and developing those protocols, which have now become the best in the world. It's a testament we've been able to operate the project safely, even though we've had this significant pandemic that's been affecting a lot of businesses. And that is directly, benefiting all fronts, the government and all the businesses that are reliant on this project. One thing that I want to share is, during the pandemic, we scaled down on most of our operations, and we had to go down to minimum staffing, which is a process that we have to take in terms of emergency and all that. So I felt compelled to look at ways to keep Papua New Guineans employed during that period. So I initiated a schedule where it allowed 3 people to share one position. And so I talked to my manager then, and she was totally supportive of that. And this maintained our minimum staffing at site, but more importantly, it kept 3 people on the payroll during that period. So I wanted to just share that with everyone on the panel, that while we were concerned about keeping the business running, we're also concerned about keeping people employed. And in 2020, late 2020, September of last year, I came back up here at Hyde as the plant supervisor or production operations supervisor. So EMPNG is committed to nationalizing the workforce. I first heard this term when I was a trainee, and I didn't understand it completely until I started replacing experts as I progressed through the ranks. So in 2017, I replaced the control room technician expert. Shortly after that, in 2018, I replaced another expert in the role of pipeline operations supervisor. So you can find a lot of success stories like mine, not only in the ExxonMobil PNG, but also in companies like TWM and HEDC, where I've worked closely with certain nationals and I've seen them moved up the ranks. And as Corey pointed out, it is a contractual requirement for our third-party contractors to keep this nationalization going. And I think I'll stop there because most of the facts that I wanted to share has already been shared by Peter in his presentation. So I'll hand it back over to you, Dao.
Yeah, thank you, Noah, and incredible in all that you've achieved, and definitely the impact and the opportunity to unleash your passion and your talent. So congratulations in the many great things that you've shared with us. I note that Peter has to leave us and partake in another engagement. So Peter, probably to commence the conversations, I do want to ask a comparative question, which is always difficult when you have a large ecosystem like ExxonMobil. But the PNG story and the national content that we've heard from Corey and Noah as well, how does that stack up compared to the Exxon projects around the world? And is there anything unique that's being exported here from the experiences in Papua New Guinea in those other projects that are that's within that Exxon ecosystem?
It's a great question, Dal. I think, and I would say the experience in PNG is second to none, quite frankly. To see a project that has such high capability and capacity, Papua New Guinean spread throughout all areas of our operations, into its production life, and hearing stories like Noah just shared about his experience sort of coming through the ranks and handling extremely complex situations. I can't imagine being on the middle of an earthquake and have to know what to do to keep integrity of the facilities and keep people safe. So the experience here is truly second to none. We haven't seen this level of content building this rapidly anywhere that I've worked, and I've worked across 13 different business units now in a meaningful way, probably eight or nine different countries. And so I think the journey that we're on here to date is just exceptional. Now, part of the trick is going to be, we've come so far already, and then we've got growth projects in the future to consider as well. So how do we take those learnings the second time around? And then secondly, how do we take the learnings from here and transpose them to other locations around the world? But I think everyone should be incredibly proud. I know we're not exactly where we want to be. Absolutely fantastic experiences that we've learned from and can grow from, but a very, very proud and rewarding outcome here in Papua New Guinea, no doubt.
Very, very appreciative of your sharing the footprint of Exxon, and definitely look forward to inviting you further in these business engagements and sharing the progress of the PNG story. Thank you again, and I'll now move on to Corey. Part of your presentation highlighted a number of standards that you are pursuing in order to lift the credibility and the services that you're undertaking. Is your business diversifying away to other service providers apart from ExxonMobil? And also, are those service providers restricted to Papua New Guinea, or have you got a regional based interest from other clients around the Pacific and Asia as well?
Yeah, thanks, Deveri. So look, I think the short answer is yes, there's interest from a regional perspective, and there's a number of different programs that are running at present, through SPREP, that are focused on how I guess more Pacific Islands nations can manage their waste better. So there is discussion between countries. I'd say from a national perspective, we are diversifying in terms of the client base that we're working with. So I guess historically it's been focused around mining and oil and gas, but there are a number of different businesses that we're starting to get more involved in, manufacturers, agricultural operations around the country as well. So I think I guess working with a client like Exxon, there's a real high standard of how we need to deliver and perform a waste management service. And I think it's about trying to really extend that message out to the wider community, and making sure that with that comes a cost. And I think that's probably the hardest part to understand is balancing the economic side with the health and environmental aspect, and what level do you want to go to. But I think it's a good starting point. As I said, I think the biggest benefit has been the capacity building from our experience, even particularly with the regulator, the design and development of the L3 permit. I mean, for a company like us, where we're going down that path to get an L3 permit, we have to meet close to 120 different conditions in our permit. So you can imagine how onerous that is, from a reporting and compliance perspective. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. And again, congratulations in the growth of your business. Noah, I'll probably move on to you. Again, incredible story. It's a testament of your personal strength in in really grabbing these opportunities. Um, I actually want to hear from your own personal view. Your journey is it definitely took some time. In some cases, the commencement of it was random, as you mentioned, and your interactions with your father and convincing him that this is a pathway that you wanted. Um, what, in your view, should stakeholders, not just the Papua New Guinea government, but stakeholders widely, to replicate the opportunities that you have? How can we make more Noahs out there, and how can they come into the pipeline in these different opportunities, not just in Exxon, but in the other projects? Just want to hear your views on that.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I mean, I think the success of a company is dependent on its people. That's the most important thing. And workforce development is key to expanding your business and making it achieve the goals that you want to achieve. So my experience with ExxonMobil, we put a lot of effort in training our people. It's not only the technical skills, but it's also the soft skills, like conflict management, writing a business letter, or all aspects on how to train and develop someone to be the employee that we want them to be. So I think that's the key in any industry you want to succeed. Is the people are the main, the soul of the business. So if we can train and develop the people will carry the business forward. And I've seen that in my testament. I was sent overseas with 65 other colleagues of mine. We were able to broaden our experience. We came back and we were working with diverse people from all over the world. So, this enabled us to, relate and achieve things that we wanted to achieve without, butting heads. We had some issues, but misunderstandings and all that's part of cultural differences and all that. But, the experiences that were provided to us enabled us to succeed in our individual paths. So yeah, if for any business to succeed, people must be at the forefront.
Thanks, Noah. Okay. Sorry, everyone. That was probably a wake-up call for those out there. But I'll hand it back to Peter, and perhaps Peter, if you can give us some insights on the ES report.
Sure, Deveri. Yeah, so I guess the environmental and social report that you're referencing there is it's a document that we issue every year, which actually details the performance of the PNG LNG project in the areas that are most important. So really demonstrates our progress and commitment to safety, security, health, the environment, and social management activities. And while it covers a whole range of our operations, there is a specific section in the report on national content and the progress that's been made in those areas. And as you can imagine, it's built year on year, and the successes have been greater and greater as we've learned from as to how to best engage in the content building exercise here. So I think what we'll do is we'll probably put a link in the chat for folk that are interested in better understanding that. It's a great read. I've actually read it end to end, so I could, as part of my orientation, to really understand what's important to our operations. And of course, as we've discussed, national content and the development of Papua New Guineans is central to a lot of that. And while as you mentioned, I will have to step out here in a minute for another engagement, I just want to thank yourself and everyone for a fantastic engagement and set of sharings this morning. It's truly inspiring to see what's been achieved. I think there's obviously a workshop tomorrow that will touch further on the supplier development component of the national content program that we run. And so just another plug, if you like, for folks to engage in that and think deeply about how we can continue to improve and collaborate, because as you heard in some of my remarks, I truly believe that PNG LNG's success has come down to the collaboration and partnership between all the stakeholders, which includes obviously the government, the developers, local businesses, and the communities. And so with that, I will close. For myself here today, I do really appreciate the opportunity to spend a bit of time with you all and to hear some of the experiences firsthand as well, but look forward to engaging in other forums in the future as well.
Peter, thanks again. And again, we look forward to the discussions tomorrow when we have that deep dive into the supplier workshop. I'd now like to invite Richard Kassman. And Richard, probably just to circle back to your earlier remarks on the need to get the definitions correct, in the need to have stronger engagements with government and ensuring these sorts of success stories that we've heard from Exxon, and no doubt further success stories we're going to hear from Total when Papua fires up. One main question, and that is, what should the government national content feature look like?
Though quite a loaded question, and necessarily so, and I think we're going to explore that. I think we're going to explore that tomorrow. But I don't want to duck from this, and I would stay at high level. I think this whole question of national content is not about building Papua New Guinean millionaires. We need to get away from that mindset and refocus on that essence. And this is why I talked about this nation building aspect of national content. I think the whole question of national content is very, very wide. We need to take it away from national content just for project area people. We need to talk about Papua New Guinea. We need to develop more this understanding of how a major project forms part of the larger ecosystem of Papua New Guinea and how it contributes to that. I congratulate Peter and his team and the PNG LNG team, and how this is indeed a feature of Papua New Guinea, and Noah's story tells us what can be achieved. And the potential, it speaks to the potential of our people. And this is what we must look at. It's not just the simple key businesses around a project. They're important. They're an important part of the cog, but it's wider. And I think when we start to stretch ourselves to understand and discuss the wider national content definition, then I think it's going to inform government in how it sets parameters and informs SNT to go forward in some of these important discussions. But it's not the end of it all. And then we need to have a discussion about that wider chain, the workforce development, the whole supply chain, and as well as the multiplier effect that is really the big prize of these projects. So though I'm going to stop there because we're going to try and tease this out hopefully tomorrow. And I think I encourage viewers and participants to tune in tomorrow, because I think there's some good speakers that are once again going to come to some of the practicalities of all of this, and then how I would like us to leave at the end of the workshop with having a strong attempt at putting a framework to this thing of national content. So I'm going to leave you there and leave it there and encourage us to do that. But I'm learning quite a lot from yesterday's conference and today, no doubt. So I think we can let's make an appointment to come through in the consultation you and I will be chairing towards the end of the afternoon tomorrow. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Richard. And ladies and gentlemen, that ends a very fitting and exciting session on sustaining large foreign direct investment and hearing the PNG LNG experience. We now move on to the next session, and this is the Walk Lord Didiman Mary, the New Britain Palm Oil Limited experience. I'm thankful that Robert Nilkare, the country manager for New Britain Palm Oil Limited, will make his presentation. And as we're getting Robert's presentation ready, and also Robert coming on board, I do want to share a story that his colleague, and most of you would know Jamie Graham. He's had extensive experience in the agriculture sector in Papua New Guinea, and that is, he did remark that the story of the PNG market is not just LNG, it's also New Britain Palm Oil, it's also the other sectors as well. So it's fitting to hear from Robert not just the New Britain Palm Oil experience, but the impact generally on how service providers, outgrowers, farmers have tremendously benefited from palm oil projects across the country. So, Robert, you have the floor.
Thanks, Doug. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Robert, all good.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Deveri, for the opportunity, and it was good listening to the ExxonMobil story. It's certainly a wonderful project, and it's done a lot of positives have come out of it. In particular, the socio-economic development, and the last speaker was from Exxon was quite good, actually. I like hearing stories like that about the development of our human capital. So it's good, it's fantastic. So I'm going to talk to you about the one of the boring sectors, which is agriculture, and obviously palm oil is the largest agriculture export crop in Papua New Guinea at the moment. 20, 30 years ago, the guys from coffee would have been sitting here talking to you about it. But as you know, the demand for vegetable oil in the world is ever increasing as the population grows. So we're lucky to be in that particular space and producing a food ingredient. All right, presentation's up. Okay, we'll just skip a couple of slides. So I'll just take you through an overview of New Britain Palm Oil, and just to give you an idea of, so that's basically, so I'll tell you where we are, some of the key points, talk about the oil palm. One of our big initiatives, which started way back in '97, was the loose fruit mama. And then I'll just cover the sugar and the beef, and then also a bit of the R&D and sustainability credentials. Next slide. Okay, so in Papua New Guinea, NBP Oil is, we're in 5 different sites where the oil palm business is, and then we also have an operation in the Solomon Islands. We have a beef operation, so we're the largest beef producer in Papua New Guinea, through a combination of our Ramu beef herd, and we've got a smaller herd in Western Britain. And then obviously in the Ramu Valley there, we produce Ramu sugar. Next slide. Okay, now this is just to give you an overview of the operations. So we contribute about 83% of palm oil exports out of Papua New Guinea. We're the largest private sector employer. We've got about 22,000 people employed with the business. And as mentioned, we're the largest beef herd in Papua New Guinea. Not sure who else is producing beef in Papua New Guinea these days. Obviously, we're the only sugar producer through the brand Ramu Sugar. So we grow it, process it, and then package it for domestic consumption. However, we do have certain companies, various companies are now importing cheap sugar in and then repackaging it here in Papua New Guinea and then and selling it. So over the years, the government's we've been trying to talk to the government about some protection tariffs, but that's those discussions are still ongoing. We're also the only high-grade ethanol producer in Papua New Guinea, and obviously New Britain Palm Oil is we're probably the #1 certified sustainable palm oil producer in the world. Well, we certainly were last year in 2020. And due to COVID, the last 18 months, we've had, because usually what happens with these sustainability certifications is we have to get auditors to fly around the world, and they visit Papua New Guinea at least 4 times a year to do the sustainability audits. So it's been quite difficult over the last 18 months, as you can imagine. So, I mean, NBPOL, it first started in 1967. So we've been going strong for a little bit over 50 years now. In 2015, the company was sold to Sime Darby Plantations from Malaysia. Sime Darby obviously is our parent company now, and they are the largest palm oil producer in obviously in Malaysia and in Indonesia. So we're part of that Sime Darby group. I'll just give you an overview of the size of the plantation. So next slide, please. Yeah, so our 5 sites plus the Solomon Islands. As you can see, the smallest site we have is up in Poliamba. So that's it's a little bit it's just under 6,000 hectares now, and obviously Ramu is just under 30,000. West New Britain is 39,000. Higuturu 10,600 hectares, and Milne Bay Estates 10,800, and obviously across in Gpole, Guadalcanal Plains, and Solomon Islands is 6,700 hectares of palm oil. Next slide. Yeah, so just to give you an idea of the size of the land, so we're probably the largest state leaseholder in Papua New Guinea at the moment. We have about just over 100,000 hectares of estate planted palm oil. So these are all state agricultural lease. And in terms of our smallholder impact, we have about 41,500 hectares of planted smallholder palm oil. So each of our smallholder blocks, we consider them as SMEs, and that's small business units. So within, and the largest smallholder participation is in West New Britain, which is where New Britain Palm Oil started from, and then the rest is scattered, and then the second largest is across in our states in Higuturu. The original smallholder blocks started way back in the 1970s when the government decided to, just before independence, decided to issue what we call land settlement scheme initiative, which allowed people from the mainland to move across to West New Britain, or even the locals to set up their blocks of land and then to participate in the industry which was growing at the time. And then obviously over the years, those LSS blocks have evolved. So we have VOP, and then we also have landowner participation through other models, which I'll get through. get through in the rest of the presentation. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is just to give you an idea of so palm oil. It's an all year round crop. Obviously, it takes about 6 months for the fruit to set and to ripe. We have an average yield of 24 tons of fresh fruit bunches per hectare. And harvesting from planting, basically commences after 22 to 24 months from planting. And obviously the economic life of a palm is 22 to 25 years. After that, the palm still produces. However, it's the reason why we have to chop the palms down after 25 years is it grows too tall for the harvesters to cut the FFB down. So we have to start again after 25 years. Next slide. Yeah, so just a little bit more information on the oil palm. Basically, there's two types of oil that's extracted from the fruit. Obviously, the crude palm oil, which is the bulk of our product, and that's extracted from that orange fleshy bit. So that's where the CPO comes from, the bulk of the oil, and then the palm kernel oil is the white flesh inside. And that's on any given market condition, you'll always find that whatever the price of CPO, you double that to give you. It's usually the palm kernel oil that's usually double the price of the CPO. Basically, what the CPO and palm kernel oil is used for is bakery fats, margarine, soaps, cosmetics, candles, and biodiesel. So for NBPOL, we have a refinery in Liverpool in the United Kingdom. So most of our customers, probably about 70% to 80% of our customer base is the United Kingdom. So all our crude oil from the CPO and the palm kernel oil is sent across to Liverpool. And then it's refined further down into what we call fresh food oil. And then from there, the customers, the oil is delivered to the customers directly. Next slide. Yeah, so this is, we talk about the socioeconomic impact of NBPOL in Papua New Guinea and through the sites that we operate in. So our smallholder component to the business is probably the most important one, because and similar to what happens with the oil and gas and the mining, is that we have to ensure that the communities that we operate around are empowered. I mean, they need to be doing something, and then they need to be also participating with the business. And for us, that's quite simple. I mean, they are a primary producer of our exports. In fact, our smallholder component, our total CPO exports, 30% of that, 30 to 35%, comes from our smallholders. So they are a significant part of our business. If you can see from the table there that in terms of the numbers, it's about 17,000, just over 17,000 in terms of the block holders. That's the LSC, LSS, and the BLP, and then obviously the customary rights purchase blocks. So, and just to give you just an idea of the direct, while I'm on this topic, is the direct support and the direct impact and the direct service providers and partners that we have in the communities that we operate is about 500,000 Papua New Guineans. So that's how many people that are direct beneficiaries and are direct partners with the business with NBPOL. So that's something that's it's obviously growing now because recently, several years ago, we acquired a company called Markham Farming. So Markham Farming's primary business is copra oil production and export. So Markham Farming, the copra oil, before we bought the business, I mean, they had about 50 to 60% of the market. So New Britain Palm Oil now owns the Markham Farming business. So we've got a copper production mill in Madang and also a copper production mill in Buka. And we account for about 60% of all coconut oil exports in Papua New Guinea today. Next slide. Okay, so this is the initiative that was created. We call it the Loose Fruit Mama. It was created it was first introduced by Western Britain, New Britain Palm Oil in our Western Britain side back in 1997. Now, the whole basis of the Loose Fruit Mama is to ensure that the income that the smallholders were getting from the company would trickle down to mum or the female part components in the smallholder blocks. So usually, traditionally, what will happen is, we've got the what we call the papa card. So the father of the house from the from the smallholder block would receive all the payments through the BSP account or Westpac account, whichever it is, and more than often that money would be abused because the father would, once he receives the money, he would proceed to do other things other than buying food for the home and looking after the family. So in 1997, the company introduced the Loose Fruit Mama. So what happens is when a fresh fruit bunch is harvested, there's always the loose fruit that falls when the FFB bunch is harvested. So what happens is when the collection comes in and the harvesting is the actual FFB bunch is the one that's collected and is the one that's put into the net and then moved to the roadside for collection. And prior to 1997, nothing used to happen to the loose fruit. So the loose fruit would be a waste fruit. So it would either be buried or just left to rot. So in 1997, the company came up with the idea that, what we could do is, as the husband or, the father was harvesting their block, we would allow for the mothers to come afterwards and pick up the loose fruit. So there was a separate collection point for the mothers and the loose fruit. So if you go to the next slide, there was a separate collection point for the mothers and the loose fruit. And then we proceeded to open up the bank accounts for the mothers. And then so with the loose fruit, that would just supplement the income for that particular family. But that loose fruit money would go directly into the mother's account. And obviously, she would have that. And in case of emergencies, in case dad decided to go and play the horses or go to the clubs or whatever, at least we knew that mum had some money to take care of the household. And since in 2010, when New Britain Palm Oil took over the Kula Group, which was the Milne Bay Estates, Higaturu, and Polyamba, we introduced that Loose Fruit Mama initiative into all the other sites. To date, it's been well. Issues that we've had in terms of the Loose Fruit Mama constantly the auditors, because when mum goes out to pick up the loose fruit, the kids come along and then they try to help mum, which obviously which falls under the category of under our audit rules of child labor. So we've had to stop that. In fact, we're continuously trying to stop that because it's quite hard stopping the kids in the smallholder blocks coming and helping mum pick up the loose fruit. All right, next slide. Yeah, so just a bit of an overview on our sugar. Sugar production obviously started in 1982 in the Ramu Valley. Currently, we've got about 7,600 hectares of planted sugar. We produce 330,000 tons of cane sugar, which is converted into about 30,000 tons, 30 to 35,000 tons of sugar annually. 100% of that is consumed domestically. And obviously, out of that, a byproduct is ethanol. So we produce about 1.7 million liters of ethanol, which came in very, very handy last year when there was a mad rush for hand sanitizers. So we were quite happy to supply, Brownbill Chemicals and a few other organizations for the hand sanitizers. And then obviously a little bit of that goes into the alcohol industry in Papua New Guinea. Next slide. Yes, our beef herd, obviously Numundo, and then Ramu. So we've got quite a large operation. It's vertically integrated, meaning that we grow our own food. We produce our own silage. Also, we use the molasses from the sugar to mix it in with the silage for the feedlot. So typically our beef are out there grazing, and then we bring them in to the feedlot for a 100-day fattening up, and then they're sent into the abattoir. Yeah, so we produce about 2 million kilograms of cold rest weight per annum of beef, and that's all basically supplied straight into the PNG market. We don't have an export market for our beef. In fact, we only produce up to 45% of Papua New Guinea's demand. So there's still a big space left in the beef industry for either for us to expand or for other players to come in. In fact, I'll just go back to when in the early days, my discussions with the governor for Hela, and with all obviously the royalties coming through in terms of ExxonMobil and Oil Search's support for the province of Hela. We've had a lot of the MPs and members come down and visit our beef herd, and they've been talking about doing a beef operation up in Tari or up at Koroba Kobiago there, and we provided them with the expertise. I mean, we provided them with some technical information, and we're still happy to assist if the government or if there's a landowner company up there that wants to set up a beef operation up in Hela. We're more than happy to assist in establishing something like that for them up there. Next slide. Yeah, so as you can see, I mean, it's pay a lot of attention to our agronomy in terms of our research and development. Everything we do from in terms of the grass that we feed the beef, to the sugar, our cane sugar, to our palm oil. We are always looking at genetic improvements, and everything is done in-house in Papua New Guinea in all our labs. So we also have a lab across in Solomon Islands. So nothing is imported. Everything is pretty much homegrown in terms of our genetic improvement programs. We've got a large lab in West New Britain in Dami research facility there, which has been around for a while. And then obviously we have another one in Ramu. Next slide. Yeah, so part of our sort of global leading position in the oil palm world is we're we're an exporter of seeds. So New Britain palm oil seed in terms of export is probably one of the most highly sought after palm oil seeds in the world. In fact, many of the other oil palm projects now that have come up, especially and obviously across it, all use seed in our Dami facility. We export a lot into Indonesia, and then also a little bit into Malaysia, and then also some into South America as well for some of the oil palm estates there. Next slide. Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, so we've got several certifications, which is the main one is the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil. So we've been a member of association since inception. New Britain Palm Oil has been compliant all along. We're also, on the next slide, you'll see that the Rainforest Alliance, we call it the Green Frog. So all our estates are now certified under the Rainforest Alliance. So basically, when you get that certification, it just means that you are rainforest and environmental friendly, NBPOL. In order for us to secure these certifications, we're one of a few companies in the world that will only plant on grassland. And then before we do that, we do a high carbon stock assessment. And that's not only with the flora, but that's also with the fauna to make sure that we are not endangering or killing off a species of caterpillar or grasshopper or any animal that lives in the area, and in particular the plant life, which is good and bad because it means that in Papua New Guinea is quite limited. In fact, if you look at the geography, the best is now heavily covered in. So the future in palm oil, and something that we've been working on over the now is our development in that Markham area. So, and those of you that have, obviously, most of you that are on this seminar now, the Markham Valley. I mean, it's mainly grassland. As you fly into Najab now, all that development at the Markham Valley and Erap, Zivasing, that's all us, and we're looking to expand in and amongst all those that grass, the grassland area there. The reason why we can do that, I'll bring it back to the R&D. So we've managed to develop a seed that doesn't require a lot of water, and a seed that will grow in those harsh conditions, and that'll put up with the soil type and the weather. So our R&D is quite important in terms of the future of this particular industry in Papua New Guinea. Next slide. Next one, I think that's it. Yeah, so thank you, Do. Thanks, everyone.
Stop sharing.
Robert, that wasn't a boring slide. In fact, it's again a testament of the commitment that you and your colleagues have in expanding the country. I guess I've just got several questions, and we'll run through these conversations together until our allocated time is up. The first one is just on the specifically on the loose fruits program. I note that several years ago, Jamie provided some data around the impact that that it's had. Could you share about a socioeconomic impact on the loose fruits, and whether, similar to the question I gave to Corey in the Exxon space, have we seen elements of those loose fruits mamas expanding into other businesses that's not necessarily related to the core program of New Britain palm oil?
Yeah, sorry, Doug, were you asking Corey or were you asking me?
No. I was asking you in the sense that, similar to that question I gave to Corey, have the loose fruits program yielded other business opportunities separate from the palm oil? So, for example,
Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Okay, yeah. So what happens is typically your mom will get her money directly from the company, and then mom will set up a little shop, or get the cousin sister who is with them to, and then they'll set up their own little trade stores, and then there's other things like they get involved in bilum weaving and the other. And so look, this program, I mean, we provide the finance, but there's other NGOs that are within the provinces that tap into this and then help them in terms of developing women in SME and various women programs. And so they do eventually do other things other than doing the loose fruit. But picking up the loose fruit, it's the staple. So at least we know as a company that we know that if mom gets the money directly into her account, we know that the kids and the family will be fed for that week. Because unfortunately, like Papua New Guinea, and look, things are slowing down, but in the rural areas, and it's in particular the plantation industry, I mean, oil palm, the business of oil palm and oil palm harvesting is for, I mean, it's a physical job here. So it's usually the men that do it. I mean, it's unlike, for example, coffee. Yeah, you don't need to be a strong man to harvest coffee. I mean, picking coffee cherries is, it's everyone, male, female, can do it. So typically in your smallholder blocks, the men will do the harvesting, and then obviously they control what we call the papa card. So by way of us empowering the women or the mothers in each of the smallholder blocks, it's all about us ensuring that the families are taken care of. What they do with their money, if mom wants to set up a shop, which quite often they do, that's entirely up to them.
Thanks, Robert. I have a question from Joab Varap on the chat, and his question is, hi, Robert, New Britain Palm Oil Limited have any long-term plans to refine the oil in country?
Yes, Joe. We already are. So we have a what we call a fractionation plant in Kapiura, which is in Western Britain. And that will, so we're producing cooking oil. So we supply, in terms of downstream, you're talking about, so we are producing cooking oil already, and we supply, so all that Golden Sun that comes out of KK Kingston. So if you go to the supermarkets and you see a brand, it's called Golden Sun. That's all our oil. now we've had several questions about, well, you know, in terms of bakery shortening production and in terms of margarine and all these sort of byproducts. Trouble is, Papua New Guinea is a small market, so if you know, in terms of the bakery industry here, it is a small market. However, we thought we were going to be talking with our friends from Goodman Fielder about working together, because obviously Goodman Fielder, they've got a big flour mill coming up, and they'll be looking at you know, doing you know, bakery products and bakery ingredients, but they have their own palm oil supplier, which I think they'll be dealing with. But you know, for now, we are producing cooking oil, and very soon, probably before Christmas, we will be launching our own cooking oil brand. Basically, to start off with, it'll be for the on-premise, so hotels, restaurants, cafes, and then shortly after that, we will look at putting it into the supermarkets under a New Britain Palm Oil particular brand. And you know, already we've got a sales and marketing division that does our, as you know, the sugar and the beef, and the oil will just fall into that.
Thanks, Robert. I guess my two next questions are really scaling from the provincial and national level themes. So the number that we often hear about palm oil contribution, specifically in West New Britain, is within the vicinity of 50 million kina every month. And the larger question is, how important is an estate or the estates that you have across the country, the relationship with provincial governments because you are a critical part, if not the only part of the market that's present. So what's been the experience of New Britain Palm Oil in the various provincial governments?
Look, put it quite simply, I mean, if we weren't in West New Britain, Kimbe wouldn't exist. I mean, it just wouldn't. In fact, Kimbe town was, the original location of Kimbe was Hoskins. I mean, that was the capital. But because of that 1967 development of palm oil, it just made sense for the town to be developed around, the town was basically developed around the port. And the port was developed specifically for the export of the palm oil, because that was the main economic driver. That's in West New Britain. And I could say the same also for, you know, in terms of the economy of Milne Bay. Milne Bay's got a few other things going for it in terms of the tourism and the seafood industry. However, you know, the foundation of the Milne Bay economy is obviously our industry, and then in Oro as well. The only reason why I'm saying, look, the potential for cocoa and copra in the Milne Bay province, the potential for cocoa and copra in West New Britain province, and the potential for cocoa and copra in the Oro province is huge. But if you don't have the commercial interest, and if you don't have the people that will come in to invest, I'm talking private sector here, in partnership with the government, to do it properly, you know, all these industries will fail. And it comes back, it's got to be a proper partnership, especially in agriculture, because agriculture requires a large economic footprint. We're not domiciled to a little area and then producing, generating our income. You know, to do a palm oil plantation or cocoa, copra, or coffee, you need, you know, thousands and thousands of hectares of land. And in order to do that, you need government cooperation because, as you know, I mean, you know, 95% of land in Papua New Guinea is still traditionally owned. So the partnership with the government is very, very important because it's the government that will give the security to new investors or current investors that wishes to expand. We've been lucky as an industry because I don't know. I mean, we've just been since independence or since the inception of the palm oil into Papua New Guinea. We pretty much avoided most government regulations along the way. We haven't had a commodity board established to regulate our industry, which has worked in our benefit. Now, if all the other commodity boards did not have a regulatory board, so if all the other commodities did not have a regulatory board sitting over them, like CIC for coffee, KIC for copra, and then the copra marketing board, if they didn't have that, telling them what to do, I think that you would get the private sector. I think you would get the private sector, other investors coming in and partnering with the government to develop that particular industry. I mean, at the end of the day, we can talk about the socio-economic impact of developing agriculture in Papua New Guinea. However, I mean, the critical thing is you got to be making money. You can't do all the nice things if we're not making money. So the government has to do its best to ensure that companies like New Britain Palm Oil or Hagi Oil Palm or WR Carpenters in coffee, they've got to do their best to ensure that we make money. So using the nucleus state model that NBP Oil is obviously famous for developing, we can benefit the growth through the smallholders. And that's the plantation business. It's all about land. If we don't have the land, we don't have this infrastructure, and we don't have the law and order sorted out, which is a government thing, then the industry can't expand. I mean, oil palm, we're still there, we're still surviving, but you look at all the other industries, copra, coffee, cocoa, they're not surviving because it's just, overregulated. Unfortunately, they're overregulated, and that's a blessing that that we have, is that our Oil Palm Industry Corporation is the Act specifically tells it to concentrate and focus on the extension services to the smallholders, which is what all the other commodity boards should be doing. They should be focusing on the smallholder extension services. Do not worry about the companies. The companies will take care of themselves, and the companies will provide that that support structure for the smallholders. It's working in oil palm, so let's just hope the government doesn't change the rules just because they want to make some extra money. I've been talking about this for about 20 years, mate. Now you're probably sick of it now.
Rob, we've just got 5 minutes, and I've got 2 more questions. Probably very quickly, tell us about New Britain Palm Oil and also the other palm oil exporters. Foreign exchange is a major challenge. How much does your export receipts come back into the country?
Oh, all of it. We don't break any central bank. We have rules around our FCA, our foreign currency account, which my good friend, the governor of the bank, has quite often reminded me that it is a what did he say? It is not a right for you to have your foreign currency account. He says the central bank is allowing you to have it, so we comply. So we are obligated to bring all our foreign currency back here, and then the good thing is we then keep our FX accounts, and then a lot of our inputs are paid by in USD anyway. So and then what we need to in terms of payroll and a few bits and pieces in terms of domestic contractors, smallholder payments, obviously it's all converted into Kina and then paid out. But yeah, so we bring pretty much everything back in, and then we've got to send it out to pay the bills.
Yeah. And the last question, just on your note on the benefits of not being regulated and allowing the growth of your business. Sam Koyama has made a comment question here. We know that New Britain Palm Oil has estates, and within them you have schools, health centers. Are these only for your estate workers, or are they also available to the local communities too?
No, they're available to the local communities. I mean, for example, so in each of the estates, we'll have. So we've got. So let me clarify that. The schools within the estates, these are government-sanctioned government schools. So we assist with. So we'll put the classroom, but the education department takes them over. But what we do is we'll provide the housing for the teachers, water, electricity, and maintenance of the schools. So the curriculum and the schools being run by the Department of Education. So the teachers are on the Department of Education payroll, but in terms of the, in terms of the school, the support, in terms of the accommodation, the water, the power, whatever materials the school requires, the company provides that. So we assist them that way. So we don't actually run the school curriculum. That's one part for our labor force. And then we have another school, which is, it's under that IEA program. So each of our sites, so our senior Papua New Guinean managers, and then our senior expatriate managers, if they have kids living on the plantations, and a lot of them, it's inbuilt into their contract. So it'd be like senior managers working in Port Moresby, where in your contract, your kids are allowed to go to Ella Murray or something like that. It's in your, so we provide the school. So and it's about retention as well. So at least we can keep the good CFOs out there. We can keep our good purchasing manager, transport managers. And that's one of the job attractions, is we can have those schools. And if the towns people want to send their kids to our international schools, they have to write in and make an application. And then obviously we've got a screening process to have a look. And then it comes back to the class sizes and the classroom capacity of the teachers for us to take on. But certainly the community schools out in the areas, that's open. The local kids come in.
Robert, thanks again. And
sorry, Doe, while I'm on that, it's with our health centers as well. It's with the health centers as well. So our health centers are open to everyone within the community.
Thanks. Well, with that note, Robert, thanks again for your presentation. I echo my earlier observation. It certainly wasn't boring. I'm sure a lot of people learned a fair bit of information regarding especially on your research and development platforms, and how you're exporting those vital products across different parts of the world. And certainly the impact of the loose fruit mamas, it's an excellent and contextual activity that's been undergoing, and I'm sure your affiliates around different palm oils in different parts of the world will also draw from that. So thank you, and this ends our second session on the Woklo Didiman Mary, the New Britain Palm Oil Limited experience. So friends, we will be going on to our morning coffee break, but please do stay, because an excellent presentation will be coming up shortly, and that is digitizing local content by the founder and owner of Tapioca Delights Limited, Jinya Ciales. For those of you that are not familiar with Jinya's business, it's first of all, it's a very tasty business. Most of my birthday cakes come from there. So Jinya, keep up the great work. But at the same time, Jinya is a pathfinder. Her company became the first internet payment gateway platform to be implemented with Bank South Pacific Limited. And subsequently, she's had orders all over the world and probably still waiting for one from Antarctica. But Jinya, thank you so much for joining us. Definitely would love to hear your story and the important participation of national content in your business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe. It is a great privilege and honor to be invited to be a part of this session this morning. Actually, we are in between 2015 and 2017, Tapioca Delight was a recipient of the ExxonMobil funding for training at IBBM. So that really helped us that we had a business evaluation carried out by the staff or the coordinators of that program at IBBM, and that was during our earlier years as a startup. So ExxonMobil really is a part of our Tapioca Delight story. And well, thank you to everyone that organized those programs back in the early days, because that really benefited us as a business. This morning, for my presentation, I'll be touching briefly on how we are building our human capital within Tapioca Delight, also how we support local suppliers, and our role in nation building. So, if I could just be made the host so that I can share my screen, please. Thank you. All right, so I hope you can see my PowerPoint now. Thank you. All right, so to briefly introduce us, my husband Sione and I own Tapioca Delight. We're 100% Papua New Guinean owned business. We commenced in 2012. It started off as a side hustle when I sold tapioca cakes from my desk when I was working at a full-time job. And a year and a half later, when I took on this venture full-time, I decided to name the business after that first cake I sold, which was the tapioca cake, hence the name Tapioca Delight. So for those who are wondering, that's why we are named Tapioca Delight. We are a hospitality business, and we are specialized in cakes, cupcakes, and corporate catering. I'm really happy to say that we do purchase a lot of local PNG made products. For example, you can see in there the lovely bright cucumbers and veggies of that nature. We purchased from Ilimo, sorry, I beg your pardon, from the ISR 9 Mile Farm. And that's been really wonderful that we can showcase locally produced PNG food in our salads and our sandwiches. Also, we've been able to purchase strawberries that they supply from the highlands, and that really makes our cakes and cupcakes look very beautiful. Also, another local product that we've been able to purchase is the Ilimo milk and the fresh cream. And those have really improved the quality of our products. Also in our chocolate products, we purchase cocoa powder and milk choc chips from the Queen Emma Chocolate Company. And we get so much good feedback from our customers, especially with our mud cakes and our Black Forest cakes and cupcakes. Those are definitely big sellers in our business. And what this has enabled, or what local suppliers like ISR 9 Mile Farm, Central Dairy, and Queen Emma Chocolate Company have enabled is for the costs of these locally produced products to be much less than the imported products that we previously were purchasing. So we're seeing a drop in the cost of those products, and as a result, an increase in our profits. And that's been really key to us, being a sustainable business. We also partner with local SMEs for various things that we need. For example, we have a local food delivery company that assists us whenever we need our catering to be supplied to our corporate clients. We also have a local supplier of flowers that assists us with our gift packs. We have a graphic artist that supplies us with stickers for our branding and our packaging. So as we continue to grow in this space as an SME, we'll be able to purchase more from local suppliers and just keep that our economy going by purchasing from one another. And this really is largely due to the fact that customers are purchasing from us. So we really acknowledge all our supportive customers over these past 9 years of us being in operation. Our customer base is made up mainly of moms and dads who purchase the birthday cakes and celebration cakes for their children and for family functions as well. And we have corporate customers that have supported us over many years. And some of these include Oil Search Limited, PNG Power, Number One Super, ExxonMobil, Number One Savings and Loans. And I find that with the corporates, they've been very, very supportive of SME growth in Papua New Guinea. I think as long as us, the SMEs, are providing quality products and services, you're definitely going to gain the support of your corporate clients. And in that corporate sector, our niche at Tapioca Delight is with the board meetings and also with management meetings. So that's definitely a big revenue earner for our business. We experienced, how will I say that, during COVID, especially last year, we did that. Corporate catering did come to a stop when we were no longer able to move around and meetings weren't able to be carried out in offices. But thankfully, a few months after that, I think in August or thereabouts, the catering picked up again. And so our business returned, the revenues returned again from the corporate catering. But the birthday cakes and cupcakes have really been a flagship of our business. And we're still going with COVID lockdowns. People still need birthday cakes. So we've been really, it's been a blessing that we've still been able to continue as a business. We've been able to employ our staff. We haven't had to let anyone go. And that really is thanks to our customers always supporting a PNG business like us, purchasing our products, and we're able to purchase from our supplies, and that flow on effect in the economy keeps going. But this is why we do what we do. We at Tapioca Delight, our calling is to employ and educate the unemployable because they deserve a chance. The women and men that you can see in this picture are my staff. We employ 10 staff currently, 3 men and 7 women. They all came from poverty, I should say low-income earning sectors of society. However, it's been incredible to see their growth over these many years from where they were to where they are now as people with careers in the hospitality industry, and in supporting our local capacity of our staff, our human capital. We have committed to them because we've seen the commitment from them. We've also committed to them to put them to further their education and to get formal qualifications within the hospitality industry. And we've really seen that that's really boosted their confidence. They've been giving back 100% to the business. They know that there's incentives ahead for them to develop their career, to become, to get those qualifications. And as you can see, the lady holding the certificate there, that was taken in 2019. She was our first staff that was enrolled at Limana Vocational School. And it was the short courses, and she got a certificate in hospitality and cookery. Since 2019, we've put 4 ladies to Limana Vocational. Currently, our 4th member of staff is enrolled there. And Limana Vocational is really to introduce these women back into the classroom environment. Mind you, some have only been as far as grade 6. The highest qualification is grade 10. And so it's really wonderful to have institutions like Limana Vocational that are able to accept people like my staff who, based on experience within the hospitality industry. And and excitingly as well, this year, that lady who's holding the certificate was our first staff to enroll in a Cert 3 course at APTC to get an Australian certified qualification in commercial cookery. So that's the next level from vocational level to move into APTC training. And unfortunately, the APTC campus has been closed due to COVID, but we look forward to that reopening again so that she can complete her certificate Setri in commercial cookery. And then we've got all the other ladies that are in line and looking forward to getting that qualification as well in the industry. And we've seen that when we put our staff to school and when they come back, their performance level definitely increases. They just bring so much more back to the business because of the exposure that they've had to learning what they've learned, and also the practicals that are available to them at the end of their course that the institution provides. To touch on the digitizing local content, definitely the internet is key to that. Last year, with the introduction of the Coral Sea cable, we saw a reduction in our internet bill. Our monthly internet bill fell by 200 kina. And that was really wonderful because, of course, that the cost of that, we were able to save money in that area. A much more internet and service. Internet enables us to do is to conduct. And so if we want to research on any with regards to operating a business or business, looking at best practice and modeling, we can find through our research, it really as business owners to step up and continue to innovate and improve our business. And also with the internet, it's actually allowed us a lot of content used for in-house training with our staff. So apart from what they would learn in the classroom, introducing new material for them to learn and get better in, say, learning how to cook something or bake something, or you know, techniques in cake making and all those types of things. A lot of it, well, this business basically was created from all that research on Google and YouTube. So the internet has been, and for our social marketing, as of social media marketing, that's been very, very helpful. So we've got a Facebook page, which generates a lot of traffic and also revenue for the business. We've got an Instagram account. I've recently opened a LinkedIn account, and also the WhatsApp status. So we generate business a lot from our social media marketing, and that fast and reliable internet really allows us to put a lot of good content out about what we're doing, and we get to share it with all our customers and potential customers so they can understand really what we're about as a business. And then what also having that internet access available has really has also allowed us to start a web page. So we have a website, www.tapiocadelightpng.com, which was created a few years back. And then last year in April, BSP launched the e-commerce payment platform, or the internet payment gateway. And Tapioca Delight, as you said earlier on, Do, we were the first SME to integrate the IPG on our website. And that was really, really exciting because we were able to see money coming in from overseas countries into the PNG economy from purchasing on our website. So we've received orders from Australia, from New Zealand, Japan, Germany, the United States, from Canada, even as far as Ireland, from a Papua New Guinean lady living there. So these orders have come from Papua New Guineans living overseas who want to buy cakes or food for their loved ones here in Port Moresby. And then we're able to deliver their orders directly to their customers. And the feedback that we receive, that we've helped them to remain, you know, in touch and stay connected to their families by way of cakes or cupcakes or catering, has been such a blessing. So we thank you so much, BSP, that IPG has really opened up our business quite literally to the world. And excitingly, this year, BSP has launched their new payment system, which is the BSP Pay. So just so that you have an understanding of that, like with purchasing from our website, you would use your Visa debit card or your credit card make payments, but with the introduction of BSP Pay, you can shop and pay online without a card. So basically, you would follow the same steps to purchase products on our website. You add it to your shopping cart, and then there are various options there for you to do payment, either being by credit card. You can get a quote that way as well, or you can click on BSP Pay, be directed to the BSP Pay site. And then all you need is a customer identification number. And once you log in, enter your details, your payment is done without a card. So it's really exciting to have a bank like BSP that's really been innovative in that digital space. The digital team is just such a hardworking team, always keeping in touch with us, always updating us, getting us to be a part of, the different products that they're trialing, and all those types of things are very exciting for us as a business to see that our bank is doing this. So it really has improved our payment options for our customers. So now it's very convenient payment options that are available to our customers, and it's a benefit to us as the business as well to generate that revenue. My last slide in closing is our part in nation building, and that is to increase PNG's employment rate. Some statistics that we are aware of is that currently PNG's employment rate stands at 20%, and 80% of this is made up of the agricultural sector, the informal, the unemployed. And another statistic is that in Australia's workforce, 44% of it is made up of small businesses, and the bulk of it is made up of MSMEs employing 1 to 4 people. So it really is a no-brainer that as SMEs continue to increase in Papua New Guinea, you'll also see an increase in employment, people employing 1 to 4 people. We're blessed that we can employ 10 people now, and we have the capacity to employ a few more. But we really, as a business, are looking forward to that growth so that we can continue to increase employment and also increase educating the people that we employ and getting them to, build their confidence within the industry. And thank you to the government who's been really supportive of SME growth, the SME growth in Papua New Guinea. And it's just a really exciting space to watch. And as we grow from SMEs, our plan is to grow from SME to big business. So that's going to be exciting to see. It's really wonderful to see everyone that's already presented prior to me. It is very motivating to see what all of you have been achieving in your space. We are 9 years in the business. There's still so much more that we can do to contribute to the nation. We're doing our part by starting with employing and educating our people. And it's exciting to see where we will be in the next 10, 15, 20, 50 years time. So with that, thank you. Papua New Guinea can grow, and we can start one job at a time. Thank you very much.
Again, congratulations, Genia, and thank you for coming on board and presenting a wonderful story about a business that is no doubt gaining so much positive recognition in employment, and also providing me the opportunity that my kids can have some of those cupcakes. Thank you, Genia, and certainly appreciate your remarks. Continue doing those great things, and please give our regards to all of your staff, and we look forward in looking at your journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dale.
Now it gives me great pleasure to move into our next session, the land, the people, and the food. And this will be the Innovative Agro Industry Limited's experience. Ilan Weiss is the Managing Director and Chairman of Innovative Agro Industry Limited. Ilan is no stranger to the sector. The footprint of IAI is quite extensive. The first project commenced in Koroba back in 2000, and it certainly expanded into dairy and those tasty strawberries that's on Genia's cupcakes. Ilan, Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doe. I hope everybody can hear me. Thank you for the Business Council and Doe for the invite. The topic that we are assigned is quite a broad topic, if you like, land, people, and food. But I'll take it, to where I think it is pointing to, and that is that agriculture and the food industry really requires a whole ecosystem to exist and thrive. And I've been saying this like a mantra for the last decade. By the way, Kuroba started in 2011 and not in 2000 though, but just a small correction. It requires full supply and value chain. It requires enabling infrastructure, and obviously it needs people to make it work. Let me just try to share our slides. I need you to release the sharing function, though. תשים משהו. Yep, that's it. I need to mute. Can you hear me though?
Yes, Ilan, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for that technical thing. Going back to what I said, agriculture is not a segregated or an exclusive sector like others. It's by its nature an inclusive industry with participants that reflect the full social and economic structure of the community and the nation. From the individual farmer to the nucleus family to the clan, village, and ending all the way up with the national government, corporate sector, the financial sector, and other relevant stakeholders. It is with this understanding of the nature of the agri-food sector that we as II go about developing and managing our business. And what I want to do is just take two cases of our projects as an example of what is required to establish a real value chain in the agri and food business. The two examples that I'm taking is one that is under establishment. That's our operations in Western Province, particularly in Daru. And the other one is the Cook Chips factory. So I'm just diving in immediately to the, that's just an overview of our operations in PNG. We have on the map, but it was the time just to speak about things that we're doing in PNG. Some of them, many of you may know, like the Edimo farm and the 9 Mile farm or the poultry projects and others. I just want to go into these two case studies, to give an appreciation of what is required to set up agriculture in general and in PNG in particular. So diving into the Daru project. The Daru project is centered around aquaculture, together with vanilla and other relevant crops. So let's look at the challenges of setting up a project, an agri-food project in Papua New Guinea. Take Daru as an example. You need first and foremost land. We were lucky in Daru that our partner in this project is PNG SDP, and they actually own the land. They have the title, so mobilizing the land in favor of the project was relatively easy, and we tick that box immediately. Then, whether the thing that is profitable in Daru, because presenters mentioned it, if it's not profitable, at the end of the day, it's not sustainable. And the real challenges in a place like Daru is logistics. You need to have high value products with a sound market, and that can incorporate the logistical cost of doing the project in Daru and exporting it in Daru. Most of the products are export oriented, so you need to see that you tick that box. By the way, the land in Daru was an old barramundi hatchery that never really took off and was sitting there idle, and that's what we took over to establish the project. The products that we chose and that were verified in the business model is high value products which we can easily export out of Daru. Not easily, but viably, I should say. And this includes bêche de mer, that's sea cucumber. Because we're doing it in ponds, we're farming them, we're not subject to the international treaties on bans and harvest times, and we can do it all year round. We can actually then preserve the product through a vacuum process and export it. So that's something that we ticked off also on the business model. The second product that we will be doing in Daru is dehydrated seahorses. Some of you may raise an eyebrow, but this is a highly sought after product in the Chinese medicine sector. There is an international treaty banning harvesting of seahorses in the seas and the oceans. But when you farm them, you are allowed to export them. Because they're dehydrated at the end of the process, they can withstand the and that's the second product that we're doing there. The third product is the initial purpose of the farm was barramundi, and we will be doing barramundi, chilled and frozen. We have a base load client, which is Oak Teddy, the mine, and that's sufficient to justify the investment. So, and I'll go into the vanilla in a minute, but let's focus on the infrastructure for now. Daru town hasn't seen a power, okay? The reason is quite simple. To power Daru town, PNG Power needs to bring a fuel up from Mosby. By the time they produce the power in Daru, it costs them 2.5 kina or 250 kina a kilowatt hour. Rated price is 1 kina, so they lose. But you buy from them, they lose that. That's not sustainable. And the alternative is just to shut the power down, and that's what has been happening for the last 5 months straight, more or less. The operation, the aquaculture operation, requires electricity, and we need to be self-sufficient in that. It's a investment that agriculture typically would not sustain. We came up with a solution that we already implemented at Ilimo, which is a solar power plant, which will allow us to supply our own needs, and later on the needs of the whole town at a sustainable price, under the regulated price. Actually, you're looking at I talked about an ecosystem. You're talking about an agriculture investment, but with this investment comes a whole additional investment on actually supplying power to ourselves and to the surrounding residents in a whole. So as I mentioned in the beginning, it's totally not an exclusive or segregated industry. It is an integrated, inclusive industry, and that's the beauty of agriculture. Water is energy. Again, I'll just shortly describe what it takes to get water into Daru. I'm talking about fresh, clean water. Again, it takes moving diesel from Mosby to Daru, then putting the barrels on a dinghy, way to the pumping point, which is on the mainland. The pumps are diesel pumps. And at the end of the day, the cost is unsustainable. The town hasn't been receiving water for months and months now. So we had to come up with a solution. Again, not an investment that you would associate with an agricultural investment, but it's inevitably, that's something we had to address. And our answer to that, setting up a desalination plant in Daru, which will produce fresh, clean water to our own needs, and later and to the town and the island itself. We were lucky in this regard that our partners, our PNG SDP, they are able to provide patient capital to this project. And without that, the stars would not align, and we could not actually move on with this project. So I'm just pointing out two additional investments that need to be made with an agriculture investment that globally you would not associate with a pure agriculture investment. I mean, a farmer overseas usually would just hook up to the grid if he needs power. On water, he would usually receive subsidized water with quotas and actually enjoy benefits of receiving water. In this case, we needed investment. Vanilla. Vanilla is a good crop these days in the past couple of years. It is grown in Western Province, near Daru, it's grown in Oriomo. The farmers, the small-scale farmers, do not really have a market. They do not have proper curing facilities. They do not have an envelope to support them. Most of the produce is harvested at low grade and sold to Indonesian traders across the borders. Our plan for the vanilla, and we're establishing it now, is actually to, it's quite similar to what Britain Palm Oil has been doing with palm oil. We first set up not first, but in parallel, we set up a nucleus which will provide us the of product, where we actually have a nursery and grow greenhouses and a consistent of high value. Even in parallel, we're creating farmers across the channel in Ori, which will require again is curing, support, financial facilities. We are cashless with our growers. The country, we need to set up banking facilities for these farmers, and of course training and extension. We're doing it alone. Again, these are things that you would associate national government, provincial nurseries, extension, and others. These things are for us. They're not available for the, and we have to create our own envelope and solutions for these farmers. Obviously, investment it already requires a large investment in training in so many disciplines. From the water technology to the pure agriculture. All this capacity in Daru be done right now. We are getting to pick very and bright people from the universities, the national facilities. These kids come very basic knowledge. We need to invest, and we've done that in other projects like the 9 Mile and others where we have to invest. Technicians, we're talking about engineering, we're talking about the whole lot. really starting a capacity building from scratch. I'm just mentioning because all these things have to be aligned. You know, the stars have to be like this to take off. The stakeholders are not participating or pulling their weight in the game, and you have to come up with solutions that fill the gaps. In Daru, in Western, we have, you know, we're doing vanilla in Daru, but we want economies of scale, so we're also investing in an additional project, which is in Kiunga, the Samagos Kiunga Agro-Industrial Center, which will also supply vanilla. That way we can enjoy economies of scale, have one sales desk, and the logistics can be consolidated, which again proves the business case. I'm saying all these things not to deter people from investing in agriculture. I'm mentioning all these things because, and I've been saying this a long time, we need to pick up the game. We have this romantic notion that agriculture is the farmer on the field that somehow grows what he grows, and then miraculously his produce or product reach the market, and we take it in a very simple form. But agriculture needs a full value and supply chain to succeed. It needs the universities to, you know, give us the capacity building. It needs the academia. It needs research and development. It needs providers along the supply chain. And many of those things are missing. There are gaps, and I think that's a reflection of sometimes the poor performance that this sector is showing in PNG. And if all these stakeholders actually join up and we have a real national strategy of developing this sector, which actually binds all the relevant stakeholders, we would be doing much better than we're doing now, and that applies to all products and produce of this sector. Let me move on to another test case, if you like, and that's our Cook Farm that's already operating. And again, I'll just go through the value chain that a project like this creates and is required for us to succeed. As you may know, the highlands of PNG have been growing potatoes and cocoa for years. It's been a disintegrated sector, if you like. You know, some of the product reached the urban markets. Most of it was grown as subsistence. There wasn't really a value chain or add-on that you can associate with this produce, notwithstanding that it's organic, it's high quality, both the cocoa and the potatoes, or the English potatoes, if you like, but it didn't have any market access, and it was not really supported in any way. What we did is we said, how do we add value to this product? And the way that we came up to adding value to this product is by producing generally frozen vegetables, and in particular doing fries, whether cocoa or potato, and then adding on value to the product, and then marketing it to the domestic market. And we'll begin shortly to export, and I'll expand on that in a minute. But what is needed for this product to thrive and succeed? First, we need, again, to create the envelope, if you like, for the individual farmer. It needs seeds, it needs fertilizers, it needs extension, it needs buying points, and so forth. So all this was created, and here we had good participation from the Southern Highland Provincial Government, the FPDA, and others, which actually joined up and helped us, increase the support to the farmers, and we're very grateful for them for joining the efforts. The second thing that we did is a lot of capacity building. The frozen chip factory is quite a sophisticated production line. It's an IQF line, individual quick freezing, and we needed to upskill the labs, the lab people, the managers, the operators, and others. These are some pictures that you see of a buying point in actually our farm in Enga, and I'll touch on Enga in a minute, as a value chain and the various potato seeds and other activities that we needed to put in place for this to actually work. We needed to do a lot of capacity building in Southern Highlands to get the right human resources to actually work in this processing center. This is something we've been doing for quite a bit of time in PNG. If anyone of you visited our Ilimo processing center, you would see, our staff. They usually smile all day, not only for these pictures. We have good energy with our workforce. I'll just mention Ilimo. The herd manager in Ilimo is a Papua New Guinean lady. She was trained in Israel for almost 9 months, came back. She took over that side of the activity on the processing side, and we are now doing a lot of capacity building. We have several candidates that we want to take over the management of the processing center. Our lab, which is a sophisticated operation, is entirely Papua New Guinean. So again, a lot of capacity building, uni graduates and others that we employ. There's a lot of capacity building because the tech faculties in PNG are not well funded, I would say. And these kids that come, I'm calling them kids, but they're majors and they're already uni graduates. They come with very limited lab experience and other sort of capacity that we need, and we have to do this in-house, and that is a large investment. Anyway, going back to Cook, the factory needs a consistent supply of high quality potatoes and cocoa. One of the value chains that we created is the Enga AIC, the Enga Agricultural Center, that you can see in these pictures, and we are engaging hundreds and hundreds of Engan farmers. They supply us consistent produce almost year round. It's been very successful. Again, we needed to give these farmers a full envelope from the agro side and the financial side and the financial services. So things that you would not necessarily associate with a pure agricultural venture. I think Robert mentioned it, and I mentioned it, the stakeholders, okay? In Enga, we have the province as a partner in the project, and without the province being a partner, it would never happen, whether it is to mobilize the land itself or do the community relations with the farmers and the awareness and giving us the DAL support that they have, limited, but it is provided, and it took quite a short while, but everybody picked up their game, and we are quite happy with what we're receiving from ENGA. ENGA, just to put some numbers to the value chain. 80% of what we purchase in ENGA, close to 80%, it actually goes to supply the chip factory, the chip processing. So, and that chip processing actually creates market access to the farmers that you see in the picture, because that arrives preserved, frozen to the urban markets and soon to the export markets. I talked about value chains, supply chains, and providers. To export to Australia and the US, we have to show, we partially fry the chips before they're frozen. We have to show that we are using sustainable palm oil. And lucky for us, New Britain Palm Oil can actually give us the certificate. And without that certificate, we would be barred from exporting overseas. So those are the different providers that are needed for us to succeed. We're doing strawberries in ENGA, and Eugenia from Tapioca Delight is one of our customers. So that's a supply and value chain. We are able to supply her high quality strawberries, and then she can go on and provide those to her customers. So that's a value chain created. SME participation. The women around the farm made a bit of money, and they decided to invest it in producing honey. They took whatever they had, went down to Goroka, got the training, bought the hives, and now you can find Sirunki honey on the shelves in Moresby, and that's that's SME spin-off that, and there are multiple of them. I cannot mention them all, but they're all out there. With every project that we do, there is a whole microeconomic development that happens in the region and beyond. And that's a final product, and that's a value chain. So I'll just flip through quickly. So this individual farmers that you see here end up doing this product at the end of the day. By the way, these farmers are not protected. They're not protected against cheap imports. They are quite exposed. And when I mention national government support, that's one thing that should be taken into account, and that is required. I'll just wrap up on the financing side on this project. We were lucky to have international finance available for us. It would be very difficult, if not impossible, to get this finance raised. It's equity and debt project, but without international finance having been available for us. So these are the two test cases that I wanted to present, just to show that it is an entire ecosystem that needs to be created for this to happen and for this to thrive. And I think if we've proved anything, is that with the Nine-Mile Farm, with the Elimo, with the Hella projects, and many others, I'll just put them on the map again, is that these value chains can happen. If we don't all stakeholders, if not all the other stakeholders join together, it will be a very slow process. But in my view, and you can accuse me of being narrow-minded, the growth factor, the inclusive growth vector, and the generator for PNG can only come from agriculture. This is an inclusive industry, and the right investments with the right stakeholders. It needs to be mostly public-private partnerships. This is the real game changer that the PNG has. The extractive industry has a good contribution to this country, But if we want to get those 80% unemployed, employable, if we want our uni graduates to have jobs, and not only as lawyers and accountants, but also in the tech faculties, if we want to expand our exports and improve the quality of lives, particularly in rural PNG, we need to develop a national strategy and get all the stakeholders to lend a hand and join in to make it happen. So with that, I'll end my presentation, though, and thank you for your patience.
Todai, Ilan, and thank you again for giving us the insights of the footprint of Innovative Agro and again, the transformational projects you're doing right throughout the country. I'll now hand it over to Ruben Ayla, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Aniani Corporation Limited. It is a subsidiary of the Central Provincial Holdings Limited. And Ruben, we just heard from Ilan on the sorts of partnerships that's required from the national government in outgrowers, in research and development, also in utilities. We obviously had a different story from Robert, where highly intensive, and they've gone in there with pretty much an intention to invest in that market, in that economy. For example, West New Britain, the port was there because of New Britain palm oil. The township happened because of New Britain palm oil. Your company is obviously quite new on the scene, but agriculture is not new on the scene for you, and also the people of Central Province. Share us your thoughts in moving from that subsistence base into that commercial agribusiness space.
Well, thank you. Firstly, thank you for the invite in getting Aniani to come and share in this I think vital conference. I think the subject's pretty critical. For Aniani being new on the scene, I guess supporting in support of what Ilan was saying, there's an ecosystem, of course, but specifically on Central, as you know, Central, we are quite marginalized to a certain extent. So we need some great leadership visions to drive our agenda in terms of agriculture. And as you can allude to in the media and social networks, our governor, who is our provincial leader, with his vision, we have now come up with a smart Central plan, Central Province plan. So I'll be more specific on Central Province. What we've done is gather some, the thinkers of Central Province to come back to the province and put together a plan going forward. So we call it a Smart Central Plan. And I was brought in last year, 12 months, and to drive the agriculture agenda. So our Smart Central Plan has 3 pillars. Basically, the principal pillar is agriculture, and the second pillar is basically the tourism, and supported by sports. People may criticize us saying, oh, what about the social sector? Look, from our perspective, is that we need to drive any economy, any province or business to an economic base. So henceforth, the agriculture sector. So I'll just briefly cover the concept we have. The concept we have under the Aniani Smart Plan is the one crop per LLG or district concept. We've come up with emphasizing on our district or our district hubs to get them to drive these plans. So you can see in Central Province, Central's a really huge, wide province. So you look at the Abao district and Amazon Bay, we're concentrating on cocoa there. A lot of efforts is into cocoa. We've got our extension teams driving that. In Rigo, we are looking at the livestock. Of course, in Kairuku, we are looking at rice, Kairuku and Hiwi rice, and of course, Goilala, we are looking at coffee. I think you've seen in the media and all that. So basically, those are the one crop per concept agendas we are driving. Basically, these are foundations we want to create. The second concept is the one crop per farmer concept. And that's where our Aniani Fresh division, which started off very well, thanks to the national government that supported us through Kumul Petroleum. We were funded during COVID to move basically almost, I'd say 300 tons of food supporting the PMJM's food program in 6 months, basically feeding Port Moresby. Dovetailing on that, when our governor was, campaigning and all that, it's not a political statement, but just to, support that, when he campaigned, he drove bringing the market to your doorstep. Henceforth, we were basically driving that. So we put in the pockets of farmers or our subsistence farmers, almost 700,000 kina within 6 months of the challenging period last year. That gave us the birth of who we are. And of course, that's the one crop per farmer concept. And from that, we identified who are very good in taro, who are very good in cassava and all that. And Ilan would attest to that. We've got huge lot of cassava farmers. We've got a partnership arrangement with IAI in Central Dairy. We've got an interest there. We're partners in the business, and we support and supply basically the raw materials in cassava and maize to IAI to feed the cows. So that's a collaboration that's working pretty well. Again, our challenges are in terms of our farmer prices. What I buy in terms of onion needs to survive in terms of selling to our partners. We need to strike that balance. That's a challenge I have with like the supermarkets and all that, but that's a talking in progress. The other concept that we are driving is the one product per SME concept, meaning once we specialize in that, and when our Bautama market currently under construction, once we establish that, we will be supporting SMEs where we will drive basically all the fresh produce, whatever that may be. As you know, the successful pineapple concept in Sogeri, we drove that, supported that, and we will be looking within Central Province to support crop special, festivities. In that, again, it's all subsistence minded in our communities. We need to get them to start thinking macro, meaning cultivating in the masses, because we cannot compete with price. So part of our drive is that. So if we bring in the pineapples, we cannot sell them, then we go downstream processing. So we can get our SMEs to specialize in either pineapple juice or pineapple jam for that matter. So that's something we're looking in that line of focus in driving our agriculture agenda in Central Province. And to help us with that, we are now taking stock of all the state leases in Central Province that mainly are plantations. We want to take stock of that. We've identified a few plantations. The first ones of the rank is Aroa Plantation in Isiu, owned by Benz Philip or British in the colonial era. We will drive basically a lot in the plantation, concentrating on rice and a multi-modal crop system to support that. And Aroa, for example, sits nicely in that. There's an old airstrip there. We will rehabilitate that. So our hinterland crops, we can fly them in like from Goilala or Koyari. Say, for example, coffee. Hopefully at Aroa Plantation, we will build a rice mill and a coffee mill. basically on attachment to produce green beans, basically to transport them by road to the main wharves for export or for that matter, offer to customers. So basically, that's the Central Smart Plan, basically economically driven by those concepts. Basically, the one crop per concept, one product per concept, and plantation rehabilitation. So my role as the team leader, and we've been new in that, is driving that. Agriculture is not new, but rightfully we need to connect all those ecosystems, and that brings me to quickly to design a simple Aniani PGK model. Basically, the source is, as the agenda through Business Council is people, land, and food. We need to be very innovative about that. For Aniani is the enabler. Without Aniani, how can you connect to the stakeholders like the government, the private sector, the investors, and all that? We provide that enabling factor because the people and land are very critical resources in Central Province. Look at Port Moresby. We call Port Moresby Papua New Guinea. And you can see there's a lot of critics about our border posts and all that. No, it's all about the economic gain for our future generation. We want to control, basically people, our land, and food getting into the city. Port Moresby is the biggest market. We need to control our food, bring them into the city. Being smart Central people, we want all our food to be sold at the supermarkets. And the Aniani Fresh project, since we've started it, we basically have covered the whole entire Central Province. We know all our farmers through the districts. We work with all our councillors. We work with all our presidents. It's about time. That's what a political statement I'd say. I'm not a politician, but that's what the politicians should do. Empowering our people through agriculture, fisheries, and forestry. And it's happening. We are making it work. We get our mothers, crying and all that. We move fish, we move any sorts of food, whether, there's good roads, bad roads, we've covered all that. So from that experience, people, land are the most important resources. We need them connected to the stakeholders, and that's what we do. Aniani Corporation is the enabler, connecting the people, food, and land to the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? The provincial government. I'm banging on provincial governments, and I'm sure my colleagues there get tired of me. I said, make the funds available. Funding models are very important. I need that money to make sure, enhance the people in the rural community. You can't get the people, connect or align them without funding and supporting them. So the stakeholders, through that, and through our PMJ and FEED program, we've been sort of noted, and hence the national government is supporting us to Kumul Agriculture Partnerships. So we are now working all that, putting the puzzle together. Looking at the PGK connection, the implementer, who then is the implementer? We then, Aniani, come in as the enabler and the implementer. So we make sure that our people are supported so they can prosper on their land and food. Basically, we buy everything in Central Province. We buy all the food. How we sell it is not a problem. All we want them is to farm well. We help them with we're now starting our plowing and seeding program. So we will go and plow their land, and then we connect with our technical guys who are our our provincial agriculture guys. I'm signing up some agreements with NARI on supporting us to helping the simple people enhance their crops, local crops, and we buy them. So we're creating the buying hubs in the districts. We want to control our coconuts coming in. We want to control our taros coming in. So to sell into whatever. Our farmers stay in the village with the new norm. Don't come, don't waste your time coming. We will come to your doorstep. Central's wide. We've got a lot of critics, but we are slowly striving. We've sort of stopped for a few weeks, but we'll be starting in July again. Our fresh team will be going out to all the entire entire province. Again, we're fleeting up. We've got 2 more new trucks. We've got 2 tractors, about 2 or 4 tractors on the way. So we will be driving that. And that's where my stakeholder engagement with the government, mainly the provincial government. I am the, Aniani is the provincial government business arm. We need them to support us with the PSIP funding and the PIP funding to the national level, because we, Aniani, is basically connecting the people to where it matters most, empowering them. So that's basically, in the nutshell, Aniani's role driving our vision on the one crop per LLG concept, per farmer and product. So a lot of teething issue though, but look, it's working very slowly, but it's working. All I need is, with the enabling role Aniani plays with the stakeholders, mainly the stakeholders, investors, or the provincial government, or the provincial government support us, but on the national level, funding models on supporting MSMEs are very critical. We drive that. We're the enabling factor, connecting the technical know-how to supporting the SMEs, providing the tools and necessary capabilities to SMEs to achieve the outcomes plan. Capacity building networks, very critical on building our farmers, and of course the stakeholder buy-in. So in the last 12 months, my role has been trying to connect all this. And as you know, the government challenges in funding and all that. But slowly we are getting rice funding coming in. Slowly we are getting agriculture department is funding that. Hopefully coconut, we've established a coconut processing facility in Aroma. We will, all that's investing into that. We want to do everything, anything coconut. So quietly and slowly we are doing, there's a few champions out there in our province, and we are basically modeling those plantations, supporting them likewise. So we've done cocoa very well. We've done coconut very well. Rice is an amazing story. As you know, Rigo Rice, although they're independent from us, but watch our Kariuku rice. We've got, as we speak, we've really organized rice very well. Each farmers have combined to create a family business unit, to create a corporate movement, to create a commercial value chain in terms of rice. As we speak now, I've been tasked to move about 4 tons of Mekeo rice, and half of it is red rice, which is special red rice that we want to brand under Aniani, maybe with a Mekeo or Kariuku face on the packet. Watch that space. Mekeos and Kariukus have done very well. They've grown rice for the last 100 years, and that part we've done very well as an example of a one crop per LNG concept. So watch that. Arrow will be a seeding project with 20 hectares planned now. We are partnering with Kumul Agriculture to drive rice. We can grow our own rice, guys. So so with that, this is just central. I've been biased. We are 1 year. Our fresh team is struggling, but we're getting there. But I run the main projects in the one crop per concept, one crop per LNG, and slowly, my leaders that are supporting me, I commend my presidents, my councillors, and of course, our leader who fights a lot, great Honorable Agarobe. And slowly but surely, we are impacting our central people, and although we have teaching and challenging critics, we will get there. As long as I'm in the seat and I don't get displaced, I'm driving agriculture aggressively for central people. I've done a lot for Papua New Guinea already. I think with my experience in the mining and petroleum and sustainable development, about time I give it back to my people. It's just my personal passion. And we are partnering with people like Elan, Central Dairy. We're doing pretty well on that. Partnering with Kumul Agriculture. Hopefully, we're partnering with a lot of investments in Central to drive basically agriculture. Agriculture is our #1 economic platform that will give us that identity we want in Central Province. And, thanks to our visionary leaders out there that support us. So we are just new. We get a lot of critics, but we'll strive to where we want to go. So that's a bit about Aniani.
Thank you, Ruben. And sorry. Unfortunately, we've just spilled out of time on these sessions, but I do note the questions that are coming through. The big takeaway here is, and it was well pointed out by Ilan, and definitely resonating in Ruben's presentation, that there now needs to be a serious consideration on the protection of the domestic industry. And that is certainly an area where national content, local participation, and domestic industry protection are those common features that are now resonating in the agricultural sector. We do want those potato farmers in Enga and even the dairy farm here, as well as the farmers around Central Province that will be competing against imports, and where does the government policy sits around the protection of domestic industry. Thankfully, the World Trade Organization have rules on this level of protection, and that to me is the next conversation that the sector would really have to answer some questions, because we are now seeing the importance of job retention, job creation, and how you balance that with imports is definitely going to be a major factor in the growth of the agricultural sector, but more importantly, in the conversations associated with national content. So Ilan and Ruben, thank you so much for your presentation. We definitely look forward in following your, definitely look forward in the impacts that you'll be making in the growth of your in the growth of your companies, and certainly wish you well in making agriculture a success story. So thank you so much, and yeah. Let's now move forward to the next session, and that is trading for the past, present, and future, and NCL's experience. We have noted that Vari will be coming on later, so I'll proceed to invite Daniel Font, the General Manager, Retail of Bank South Pacific Limited, to give us his thoughts on the national content model and space that Bank South Pacific is operating. Daniel?
Thank you, Doveri, and very good morning to everyone online this morning. Thank you for having BSP participate in the session, and more than happy to share some insights. I've been asked to talk on essentially 4 areas. I guess the first one is to cover off on local content. And from the outset, as you know, Bank South Pacific, BSP Financial Group, as we're now known, has a significant focus in Papua New Guinea, obviously through our network throughout the country. And it goes without saying, is the only PNG-owned bank and systemically important participator in all parts of our economy, that we have a significant focus on not only furthering local content, but equally trying to drive Papua New Guinean participation across all sectors. Specifically, from our own internal perspective, we are 4,000 strong, and particularly in my business in the retail bank, we're 1,500 people, all Papua New Guineans and fully nationalized. So I guess from that perspective, BSP is leading the way around trying to promote Papua New Guineans, and it's a point we're particularly proud of, to run what is BSP's largest profit generator across the group. So in that respect, though, we are fully national, in fact 95% across the entire business. From a service provider perspective, one of the parts of the business that I also run is our SMEs segment. 60,000 SME customers across Papua New Guinea. Obviously, 100% Papua New Guinean owned, which is our focus. And clearly, we're continuing to drive things like the government's credit enhancement scheme. As you know, we were accorded 100 million kina to drive that part of the economy, and happy to report we've lent about 40% of that, about 40 million, about 200 million worth of lending out to that sector. So as you know, the SME segment is a key driver for our economy, and BSP's focus on trying to drive that sector continues. We're partnering with the Department of Commerce, and in fact, my head of SMEs out in New Guinea Islands this week, trying to drum up that demand for this particular initiative, which is a fantastic one to try and grow our SME segment. So from a service provider perspective, we're very focused on partnering with SMEs, certainly not just from a lending perspective, but in everything that we do from a business service provider perspective. So there's a number of good examples of those online who are benefiting from that partnership. I know Jinier and Tapioca Delight, for example, can see online. They've been strong partners of ours to try and further not just SME, but to try and grow that digital segment particularly. So in terms of what we're planning to do across the business, clearly we're continuing to focus on SMEs. So if there are SMEs online and across the country, that CSL product is a significant opportunity for most to grow. We have done a couple of changes in that regard. We've reduced the equity requirement down to from 30% down to 10% to try and open up opportunities for others that may not necessarily have access to equity capital. And we've also increased the threshold from 3 to 5 million to try and allow others who may not necessarily qualify to get access to this particular program. So in that regard, our plan is to continue driving that segment, which again, from a local content perspective, is predominantly and 100% Papua New Guinean owned, which is one of the criteria we do set for access to that particular facility. On the service provider side, though, it's continuing to support our SMEs. So one thing we are very focused on is trying to support women in SME particularly. We have been working with various districts here in Port Moresby to try and, for example, in Port Moresby Northeast, we're working with 2,000 mothers in that informal sector to try and drive that. And that'll be our continued focus in that regard. So I guess in a nutshell, though, I know I don't have too much time to present, but that's just capturing what BSP's focus on over the next little bit. And again, I'm happy to take questions or comments from others.
Daniel, thanks. Probably what I might do is just pose this question, and after Tony and Nathan's presentation, look back and ask you, I was just tapped on the shoulder by the previous presenter, Ruben, about the practical challenges that, and this may be a question for both Tony and Nathan as well. His farmers obviously want to access financial products in the banking sector. They're finding it complicated and difficult with the requirements, but I'll definitely defer that until we hear from Nathan and Tony.
No problem. Thank you.
Let me invite Tony Westaway, the Chief Executive Officer of MyBank Limited. This has been one of the institutions that's really gone down to the micro levels, and I know certain pilots are happening with a number of agri-ventures, including Aniani Corporation. Tony, please share us your the great work that you folks are doing.
Thanks, Doe. Yeah, it's good to be here, and thanks for the invitation. I just have to make sure that I unmuted there. In respect to local content, I'd like to begin by saying that recently I noticed on social media there was some misinformation regarding ownership, and well, you wouldn't be surprised with, first of all, with misinformation on social media. But I think this discussion was in the context of the proposed Kina Bank acquisition of Westpac, but there was also reference to ownership of micro banks in Papua New Guinea. And I'm the current chairman, though, of PNG Microbank Association, of which there are 4 members. They're all licensed and regulated by the Bank of Papua New Guinea. And I can confirm to you here that all 4 of us are all PNG-owned institutions. So none of the institutions are remitting dividends or paying management fees offshore, despite what you might read in or see on social media. But just having got that out of the way, the micro banks, and I'll put my chairman's hat on too. The 4 micro banks are Carter Porriman, which is based over in East New Britain in Kokopo. Women's Microbank, People's Microbank. People's Microbank is a subsidiary of National Development Bank, a wholly owned subsidiary, and therefore is essentially owned by the people of Papua New Guinea. And of course, My Bank, or Me Bank, as our customers prefer to call us. So Me Bank is the trading name of Nationwide Microbank Limited. And interestingly, when we're talking about Me Bank, you know, our major shareholder is actually the government of Papua New Guinea. And most people don't realise, but the Secretary for Treasury and Trust for the Independent State is what's written on the share certificate, holds 51% of the shares in My Bank. So we're very much a Papua New Guinean bank. You know, we have major shareholders like the Lahirians, Lahiri Sustainable Development Program, the Pacific Balance Fund. And I see my friend Nathan there too. Kina Bank have got a small shareholding in us, and that's their way of investing in financial inclusion. But we're very much independent, and we're very much Papua New Guinean owned. So these 4 micro banks here in Papua New Guinea, when you talk about local content, essentially that's what the micro banks are. We're all grassroots institutions. We've all, our genesis has been here in Papua New Guinea. It's not a matter of taking a model that worked in, so often happens with development agencies and donors, and it takes a model out of, you know, the subcontinent or Southeast Asia or East Africa and transporting it here into PNG. Very much the 4 micro banks here are Papua New Guinean grown micro banks. And they've been able to do that with a great support from the governor and the central bank, the governor of the Bank of Papua New Guinea, who essentially has created an enabling environment for these micro banks to operate. Because bearing in mind that, you know, the regulatory framework here in Papua New Guinea is pretty much around the Banks and Financial Institutions Act, put in place by Macquarie government some years ago. And that act is very much focused around commercial banking. However, you know, given the need for financial inclusion, given the need to bring, you know, 85% of those Papua New Guineans that are out in rural areas into, you know, including them in economic and social growth, it's imperative that these institutions do exist. I've been aware from time to time when, you know, there's some overseas international interest in investing in microfinance in Papua New Guinea. You know, the key issue that any foreigner would be understanding the environment that we have here in PNG, whether it be in terms of the agri sector or in terms of the banking sector. You know, I was fortunate enough to be in Vietnam a couple of years ago looking at microfinance there. And I can tell you it's completely different in Papua New Guinea, the way that we operate in microfinance. And fair to Papua New Guinea, so it should be too, because we're working with our own challenges and our own situation. But just moving on from the sector, in My Bank, or Me Bank, we have 270 staff across 17 branches throughout Papua New Guinea. And 268 of those 270 staff are Indigenous Papua New Guineans, and there's a couple of old timers like myself that make up the rest. So our Chief Operating Officer, our Chief Financial Officer, you know, my head of people and culture, and most of the senior executive team are all Papua New Guineans. And also our service providers or the suppliers to us. I suppose when you're looking you know, from a banking and finance perspective, the major suppliers are always going to be in that IT sort of space. And I suppose the only exception there would be Digicel. We also partner with B-Mobile, but, you know, given Digicel's outreach, it's appropriate that we provide the broadest access to our customers. Equity and access to banking products is so important. So, you know, very much in terms of our plans to achieve local content, we're just about there, unless we can manufacture things in Papua New Guinea like IT platforms and the like. Our suppliers are predominantly all local content, and our focus, moreover, nowadays is not so much on the local content, because we have that. You know, 100% of our customer base is local content. You know, 99% of our suppliers is local content. 99.25% of our staff is local content. So our focus, moreover, nowadays is around diversity, though. Diversity across all our stakeholders, whether they be the customers, whether they be our agents that represent us out in the field, or our service suppliers. So we try to measure diversity through surveying local suppliers. And at the moment, we're trying to build a database, and we're looking at three main areas, if you like, that are gathering information on. You know, one is, you know, what percentage of the company's senior management or board is comprised of women. You know, we have 40% women on our board. We have a target of 40% women for our suppliers. The second one is the company's employees or workforce, what percentage of women. You know, ours is 51%. We'd like to think that our suppliers would have at least 40%. And the third one is a little bit more qualitative rather than quantitative, and that is, does the supplier or the company produce a product or service that benefits women? So we're starting to gather this data. It's interesting. You know, what are we going to use for this database, I suppose, is the question. Well, we're not too sure at the moment, but what we do know is, if you go back to the old adage that you can't manage what you can't measure. So we have a focus of measuring diversity, gender diversity within MyBank, within our agent network, within our suppliers. And, you know, I suppose this is part of our pathway in terms of gender equity and social inclusion. And I think that gender factor, that social inclusion factor, should not be forgotten when we talk about local content. You wouldn't like to think that local content is about men only, would you? It's certainly not with us. So, you know, what sort of success have we achieved then? Well, you know, apart from 100% of our customers being Papua New Guinean, 51% of our customers are women. And that's out of a customer base of some 300,000 that we have at the moment. With agents, we're very much working to establish more women agents out there. In some parts of the country, we have more women than male agents, and in other parts there's some more work to do. And it differs from province to province. And, you know, that's the great thing about PNG, isn't it? It's so different everywhere you go. And it's just to digress slightly, even the challenges in our business in terms of financial inclusion, financial education and literacy, you know, it differs from province to province. You know, people look a little bit more financially literate in East New Britain than, say, in Western Highlands. And we have to contextualise ourselves in terms of our outreach when we go from province to province. And it goes back to that international versus local. One size does not fit all. And I think that's the great, it's the fortunate enabler that we have as a Papua New Guinean company, that we understand that diversity, we understand those differences, and we can change our approaches accordingly. So the other thing I should mention before I wind up is that when we talk about local content and local capability, one of the things that I'm really pleased to see is the emerging capacity in terms of digital technology in Papua New Guinea. You know, that's one of the things that we don't necessarily need to go offshore to get. We have it here. You know, we see it in Daniel's company in BSP, certainly under Nini Kulu, and we see it with NCSL, and I'm sure we're going to hear more about that later. But the emerging capacity and the use of technology is really what you call a great driver for Papua New Guinea, and it's a great driver of local content. And I think it's been brought about by a broad desire to reach out to those citizens in the last mile. Now, dealing in Papua New Guinea, we understand, as I've said previously, that 85% of Papua New Guineans live in rural areas, and what we want to do, and the challenge for all of us, is to embrace and include these people in what we're trying to do in terms of growing the economy and contributing to national economic wealth. Many of us understand that the difficulty we have is reaching that last mile, isn't it? You know, the difficulty we have is population density. Whilst PNG is quite big in the South Pacific, in terms of population density compared to Africa and Asia, it's quite low. So reaching that last mile, we understand nowadays that we can do that through digital technology. And my bank is pleased to be involved in that. I'll come back to your question regarding the agri sector, and I'd be happy to talk about that though, but that's probably enough for me from the moment.
Tony, thanks again, and great insights on the footprint of my bank. I'll now invite Nathan, the General Manager of Treasury and Markets of Kina Bank Limited, on the national content in his company and his thoughts about the banking financing sector as well.
Thanks, Daveri. Good morning to everyone who've dialed in. Thanks for having me on board. Initially, we had Lesieli Taviri, our head of GM for banking, scheduled for this session, but she's not available today, so I've stepped in on her behalf. I'll probably start with a few things. So in terms of, many of you would probably be familiar with Kina Bank's history, starting off in our former life as Kina Securities, a small share broking and fund administration and fund management business, and then making a foray into the commercial banking sector some 5 years ago now with the acquisition of the Maybank PNG business back in 2015, 2016. And since then, we've grown significantly from that time, acquiring ANZ's retail banking network across PNG, which gave us pretty much a national footprint of branches and retail products and services, ATMs, FPOS machines, very quickly. That acquisition was finalized probably 2 years ago now, in late 2019. So not long after we sort of bedded that down, acquired just over 300 staff across from ANZ, in addition to the branches and the infrastructure, a massive migration of accounts from ANZ to Kina Bank, which happened over one weekend. And not long after we bedded that down, we sort of ran into the coronavirus pandemic situation. So it's been an interesting journey. And of course, we're all familiar now with the Westpac, or the proposed Westpac acquisition, which is 100% acquisition of the Westpac PNG business, as well as Fiji, which is now currently going through the regulatory approval process. So Kina, certainly a homegrown bank, one that in our experience we've had to seek support from international markets to be able to fund the acquisitions that we've made, so that we can grow at the pace and the scale that we have to date, and we plan to continue to do so. So certainly we're looking to fill, I guess you could say, the void that we see here in the market with the scale back in appetite from the international banks. And it's not, we're not just seeing it here in PNG in the Pacific. We're seeing that trend in globally pretty much. And many would probably, I would attribute this to something that goes back to as far back as the GFC, or the global financial crisis in 08, 09, which really started this process of de-risking amongst the global banks. So, one of the major things that came out of the GFC was some of the capital changes to the capital requirements for international banks or the international banking community, and those steeper capital requirements were phased in over about 10 years. So if you look back, the GFC happened, and the fallout from the GFC was around 09, 2010. We're now at the pointy end of those newer, higher capital hurdles for banks, and you can see in the landscape in particularly the last 5-6 years, a number of international banks have either consolidated, scaled back from more high risk areas, particularly both high risk and low return geographies and business lines. So it's a global phenomenon. We're not immune to that, and that's impacting PNG, and we've taken that opportunity to sort of step into that void. The result is that the international banks have lesser appetite, or very defined appetite for business, and for Kina Bank as a local and a domestic player. Obviously, as similar to BSP, our risk appetite is probably greater for PNG business than an international bank would have. So it's a dynamic that that's presented an opportunity for us very quickly to take advantage, or to take full advantage of the opportunity. Obviously, we've tapped international shareholders to be able to support us, in addition to domestic shareholders. And they continue to be supportive of what our plans are. So I guess that's the Kina Bank story in a nutshell. In terms of our sort of strategy and target markets, predominantly we're on the individual end. We're targeting certainly working Papua New Guineans. The middle class has been a focus for us, leading with mortgages and home loans as the number one product. We're proud to say we've probably led the way in terms of being able to drive down the cost of borrowing for mortgages and home loans. When Kina Bank first came into the commercial banking market, the advertised home loans for commercial banks were 9, 10, 11%. And we've, over the last 4 or 5 years, we've driven that down to, our headline home loan rates now 5.47. And I think the rest of the commercial banks have sort of aligned in terms of pricing. So that's nearly half the cost of financing a home loan for Papua New Guineans, which is, definitely when a bank looks at the credit criteria of customers, that interest rate speaks to serviceability, and the ability to service a home loan, and being able to halve the interest cost, I guess brings more Papua New Guineans into the qualifying stage for a home loan. The other part to that is reducing the equity requirements. I think in the past it was 20% equity for home loans. For owner occupied, we've dropped that down to 10. So again, that the equity component that previously was a big hurdle for a lot of working people to get across, to find the money either through your super fund or other means to post up as your equity for a home loan. We've pretty much halved that hurdle now. So again, it brings more people being able to finance themselves for a home loan. So that's certainly our target in terms of individual clients. We're also we're focused on small to medium enterprises up to large businesses. It's been a great growth area for us since we sort of came into existence, and we continue to focus on that. In terms of our strategies, as Tony's alluded to, the banking sector is moving towards digital solutions, and we certainly that's certainly a big focus for us. Ensuring that we have online platforms that that can provide for the banking needs of both individuals and businesses. A number of things we're looking at now. Things like digital onboarding, so being able to digitally onboard customers fully without clients having to walk into a branch. Something that we're looking at the moment. We're looking at partnerships in the digital space to be able to bring more products to our customers, both business and individuals. So there's certainly a lot of focus for us to be able to deliver more to our clients digitally, and be able to access more of our services, and I guess remove the reliance on people coming into branches and queuing up, and the sorts of things that nobody really likes to do. That's certainly a focus. In terms of, it's good to have Tony on the panel as well. You mentioned that we've got a small shareholding in my bank, the MiBank, and I guess it's part of our financial inclusion strategy. Some of the things that we work together with MiBank on, we provide a lot of the back-end technology support. So connecting into the payment system, printing of the ATM cards that MiBank provides to the client base. So supporting MiBank from a back-end technology and transaction perspective, so they can enhance their digital and general banking service to their network and to the target market. I guess that sort of gives a bit of a flavour for Kina Bank. One of the things I'll probably pick up on the question that Doe sort of posed, just around banking of providing banking services to the masses. One of the things that we get criticism around in the banking sector a lot is some of our compliance procedures, particularly when it comes to identification of clients. The amount of information we ask of our clients, some of the monitoring that gets done. And from clients, we get the feedback that, oh, look, this is PNG, why do we have to apply international global standards? There's probably two answers to that. For commercial banks, obviously, one, we have central bank regulations around know your customer and the legal framework behind that, particularly around anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing and some of those global financial crime obligations that are placed on us. And therefore, as a country, we have to implement through to our banking sector. So that's sort of, and if we don't, as a country, comply to those standards, particularly as commercial banks, we run the risk of being, not having access to the international financial system. It's probably a journey that I can probably talk about a little bit as Kina Bank, is that, that's not an easy thing to be able to offer international services. We rely on our network of what we call correspondent banks, just to be able to send what our customers know as TTs, telegraphic transfers, or foreign exchange. That requires us to have account relationships with those banks offshore in the US and Australia and other jurisdictions, so we can actually provide those services. Now, those banks, to be able to have those relationships, they place on us. We have to meet those international standards. So through audits and due diligence, they make sure that, as a commercial bank, we meet the know your customer requirements for identification, ongoing monitoring, transaction monitoring, sanctions, financial crime, all the international regulations and the international standards. We need to meet those. And if we don't meet those, we run the risk of those international banks closing their relationships with us, and therefore we won't be able to provide international services to our clients. Some of you may know that Kino Bank was in that position a number of years ago, where we had to close our international business, foreign exchange, anything to do with international for about 6 to 8 months, because we couldn't get access to those international relationships. And so it's certainly not a good situation to be in for a commercial bank. But I guess that sort of explains why the standards for commercial banks, particularly when we're doing international business, is as it is, as at that level. Which probably leads me to the other point is, I think that's where maybe the banking landscape needs to change a little bit, where rather than focusing just on the commercial banks to be able to bank the country, I think there's a big role for particularly the non-banks or the non-commercial banks to fill that void. Our partners in my bank, they don't have to they're not doing international business. So because of that, some of they can apply lower standards to know your customer and identification documents and things like that. So I think, rather than, just seeing that, it's up to 3 or 4 commercial banks to bank the country, I think, the landscape should change so that, the non-banks can, bank a bigger population or a bigger segment of the market that probably don't rely on international transactions as much, and sort of fit their profile as customers. Whereas as a commercial bank, we probably focus a lot more on, on individuals, say, those who are working, those who are sort of middle, what we call the middle class, the emerging middle class, and business clients who those are the clients that definitely need access to international payments.
If I may just add to that, though, thanks, Nathan. I think echoing much of what's said there, just a couple of additional points. I mean, as you know, I welcome competition, and we do welcome competition from other commercial banks. BSP is in 60 locations around the country where we are the only commercial bank. So as you point out, it's necessary for particularly for rural banking, particularly where we've got 130 agents across the country. So specific to Ruben's question, we have tried to find means to bank those who may not necessarily meet standards from an identification perspective. We actually have a unique offering by which we have regulated. If you meet a certain number of points criteria, for example, in rural areas, you have a limited access to banking services, and that's in place, and we continue to refine that. Through our agency network, we're trying to get to the unbanked, and I think Mr. Gangloff has pointed out there that without infrastructure, it makes it very difficult for us to get out to the rural majority. So it's a balancing act between meeting a first world compliance standard, but then trying to make sure we're banking components of the sector, and Tony will probably add comment about this. But Ruben, if you do have any specific issues, we're happy to have a look at that. We try and get out to as many places as we can to address specific issues.
Gentlemen, thank you. We are spilling over into the next session. There are questions coming through from Joab and others, and certainly going forward, we'll get those questions across to 3 of you. But basically, the message is very clear in this sector. There is this continuum of contextualizing financial products, and certainly listening from Tony's customer base, they are in the forefront of going into that micro level. And it was actually great interventions from both Nathan and Daniel, making that distinction on KYC, central bank international requirements, and how that is the way the world is right now. You really need authentic identification in transacting. And I do know that from the conversations we've had, for example, yesterday, Jeff Abel gave a very interesting insight where his bank accounts were somewhat frozen in Westpac because of international standards on timber permits. And so we are getting these international dimensions, agenda issues. He was of the observation that the Greens and the NGOs were impacting and wanting authentication on logging, sustainable logging, and that filtered into the standards that Westpac had. So that was again an interesting observation on looking at standards beyond anti-money laundering into other products such as environmental standards, and looking at where those transnational crime potential issues are flowing. Definitely the big issue here is the unbanked can be facilitated through institutions like my bank, where the requirements, as Nathan mentioned, are not entirely as demanding as those in banks that have those KYC standards. And yes, definitely get the farmers in central and around the country to actively participate in the products that are available. So thank you, Daniel, Tony, and Nathan for this session. We'll now move on to the next session, which is by PNG, for PNG, and Stop and Shop Limited Experience. And I now hand it over to Sir Mahesh Patel, Chairman of the CPL Group Limited.
Thanks, Doveri. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, our theme is actually quite different. We say we PNG by PNG. And this was really initiated in 2018 during the independence, when we finally were able to secure consistent supply of a particular product. You know, the problem we have seen, and it's something for the organizers and the whole of the forum to think about, we talk about national content, and in my mind, it should be really capacity building. You know, going back to the example that Richard Kessman said in the morning, that, you know, we don't want to be making great millionaires, but go into nation building. And I'll give you all our examples in live cases, which are factual, that we run a franchise, not a franchise, but a brand called Bon Cafe. Now, for years, and it was the most embarrassing thing from my perspective, all the coffee beans were being imported from Australia of Thai origin. Now, Papua New Guinea being such a great coffee nation, you know, the question I kept asking myself, why not PNG coffee? And the problem has been, up till only recently, that we've been able to get consistent supply of coffee beans into the local market. And, you know, thanks to our colleague Robert Nilkara with Arabicas, that we were able to get consistent supply. So that's where I go back to my question of, you know, we can keep talking about national content, but capacity building is going to be the key. And going back to we PNG by PNG, it was really meant more for agriculture and SMEs. We started off in 2018 from a company from Goroka when they launched Highlands Honey. Now, this really has taken off with both the support from the suppliers and from us, giving them the marketing and the shelf space. And today, as we speak, we actually outsell the imported honey. And the idea is, again, to keep building stocks, building capacity at the back end, to be able to replace the imports. You know, we can keep talking about import replacements or tariff protection, but I think first and foremost, let's not make the mistake where some idiots once had stopped imports of onions from overseas. Now, that's my next mission, is how do we do it? Let's build capacity at the back end. And I put it out to the Agriculture Forum to say, you know, can we start mapping farmers? Can we start looking at supply lines and supply chains? Because we do have capacity within Papua New Guinea to actually replace it, just like what we did with potatoes. Now, 100% of our potatoes we sell through our retail outlets is local. And that's our mission now for things like onion, like garlic, but we need support from the back end. We're the last mile in the supply chain. So there's only limited knowledge we have and limited capacity we have to go backward into the integration process. So when you talk about onions and garlic and stuff, we need aggregation of farmers. We need consistency of supply. And again, previous speaker, Ruben, they're on the right path of starting to mobilize all that. But we need more support and interaction from the agencies like NARI and FPDA. I seriously believe that they need to have a commercial arm. They're, you know, great research people, great bureaucrats, but sometimes I feel they lack the commercial sense. We launched an amazing product, Galip nuts, from East New Britain some years ago. And again, we've been just ridden with supply chain issues. They finally put on somebody who had a commercial thinking, but I believe now he's been moved on. And, you know, it's back to square one. So we've got all these agencies, but I think they do lack commercial sense. And this is where they need to have a commercial arm. We talk about downstream processing. And you got a classic example that Ilan this morning gave about sweet potatoes. Now I can show you, I'm in Sydney at the moment, and every supermarket I go, the first thing I look for is sweet potatoes, and my wife tells me off for not buying them. But all the products that I have seen, there's some that's imported from South Africa, some that's imported from Spain, some that's imported from Indonesia. Now, Papua New Guinea is right at the doorsteps of Australia. I've said in a number of conferences, you know, we need to sort of try and break through that market. And we can't do that, or the growers can't do that. This is where the agencies, the government level support needs to come through. Again, we go back to the examples of rice. Somebody spoke about rice this morning. We launched Rigo rice and we've gone into supply chain issues again. It's inconsistent. So as a retailer, we support total PNG participation. This independence, we're actually going to create an aisle specifically for SMEs and MSMEs for local products. And this is when we're going to rehash our slogan, We PNG by PNG. But I keep going back that we need supply chain consistencies to be able to succeed in this. Another example we have is we're talking to some farmers out of Bougainville. I think Tony Westaway, I'm picking off all the speakers that had mentioned things because we were all talking about the same thing. Somebody mentioned about technology. Now we are able to, again, now go back, and these guys, some youngsters out of Bougainville, have created a GPS location and coordinates for QR code. So we can actually pick up a piece of taro and go exactly straight to where the farm is and where the farmer is. So this technology will then allow us to actually go backward tracing from farm to plate. This technology will allow us to show that it is organic. Sometimes we undersell ourselves. If you go to a first world market, people will pay at least 50 to 60% more for organic products. In Papua New Guinea, we all shriek, especially the expatriates, to say, oh, well, you know, this is PNG made, so it should be cheaper. Yet when they go to the overseas markets, they'll be willing to pay 50% more for organic. Admittedly, our products in PNG are not certified, but they're generally all organic because a lot of our small scale farmers can't afford the fertilizers. So this is just a quick recap on the agricultural side. Doveri, you asked a few questions about local content in our company. 95 to 96% are PNG citizens. And again, I'm personally disappointed that we have not got enough Papua New Guineans to take up higher up positions. And we've been looking at this with our HR team. And the problem is retail, as you all know, is not a sexy business. It's hard, 7 days a week, slogging away. A lot of youngsters coming through now, they want a desk job. They'd rather go for an office type of job or multinationals and stuff. We're struggling to attract young Papua New Guineans to come up and take on a leadership role. Right now we're running a leadership program, and I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that we can at least get 2 or 3 people who put their hand up to say, I want to take the responsibility. So again, it goes back to capacity building before we talk about national content. So we as a company, as a group, CPL, we're fully behind the initiatives, but I, again, am disappointed when I see the guest list. There are not too many participants from the government department or the bureaucrats in this forum. So we can keep talking and talking and talking about this thing, but we need 2 hands to clap. And if we don't have the people who make the regulations, the rules, and the policies participating in this, it's hard to have a one-way conversation. That's about all that I can contribute. As I said, I haven't got a slide or a prepared speech, but I just made some notes what I want to discuss, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Mahesh, thank you for, and definitely agree with you. We can talk about local content, but if the market, and particularly, as you mentioned, if retail isn't sexy, then folks won't go. I'll now invite Ian Clough, the chairman of Brian Bell Limited, to share his thoughts. Ian, look forward to hearing your views on the national content conversation in the retail sector.
Hi, Doveri, and hello to everyone online. And g'day, Mahesh. It's good to see you. Sir Mahesh, sorry, I've got to get used. Apologies. Firstly, I guess it's important that we talk about our business in a little bit more about the things we're doing, and talk about local content in a slightly different way. While Mahesh and the Brian Bell Group, or CPL and the Brian Bell Group, operate in very similar markets, we're both retailers. We do operate in different parts of the market, and certainly the team at CPL are doing a very, very good job in terms of local content, particularly through the supermarket chains and others. But let me just quickly take everyone through a quick background in the Brian Bell Group. We're a 63-year-old company that's proudly 100% PNG owned. We operate 5 divisions across a diverse portfolio of businesses, including our trading divisions, which we all know, as well as our property division. And we employ 1,252 team members across our business, of which 1,194 are Papua New Guinean. And so we're very, very proud that like CPL, that the majority of our team members are Papua New Guinean. We're also really, really proud that the fact that 6 of 7 of our board of directors are also Papua New Guinean. So we've got a really strong PNG focus within our leadership group, within our team. And we've been really proud of the fact that we've been able to develop and recruit some really strong Papua New Guineans to take on senior roles in our business. Our Chief Technology Officer, our Group HR Manager, they're Papua New Guineans that have either come from other businesses or come up through our businesses. And new Chief Financial Officers from the Pacific. So we're really encouraged by the fact that we're getting some really strong Papua New Guinean experience and capability joining our business. We operate in most of the country's key cities and regional towns, and if we're not represented in our stores, we have a very strong dealer network that we have strong relationships with that sell products that are sourced from Brian Bell. We maintain a strong values culture based on integrity, respect, honesty, courage, and initiative, and we work hard to support PNG's development wherever we can. The interesting thing about our business is a little different from others. We sell over 45,000 products right across our business. And while most of our products are imported, because Papua New Guinea doesn't have a manufacturing industry that supports the production of televisions and fridges, and quite frankly, nor do I think we should put our energies into growing that. We do manufacture products ourselves in our chemical divisions and supply those products all across the country. But we also work hard with over 20 different suppliers in PNG to offer a range of product that is available to Papua New Guineans, made by Papua New Guinean companies. And so these companies vary from manufacturing of foam mattresses and different things in our furniture space, right up to smaller homewares, goods, and an organisation called Real Impact that brings together local artisans and craft makers who supply PNG-made artefacts and decorator items that we sell in our home centre at Gordon's. We're proud of our relationship with these suppliers, but as Sir Mahesh indicated, we do have a lot of work to do in Papua New Guinea to build that manufacturing part of the industry, and we do need to find ways to encourage local production to make the whole economies of scale conversation commercially viable. It's the customers that will drive the direction of where they shop and who they shop with. And so our challenge is making sure that when we do offer PNG-made products, they represent great quality, and I'm confident that they do, but they also represent good value. And if you think of things like timber furniture and other items that might be sold in your local Brian Bell store, the reality is that we are motivated, very motivated to sell these products in our store, but ultimately the customers will determine whether or not they'll buy those products, often based on value. So there's no dispute about the fact that PNG timber in furniture is far better than you'll get from anywhere overseas. But if you're going to ask a Papua New Guinean customer to spend 10,000 kina on a dining suite when they could buy an imported one for 3,000 kina, they'll make that decision based on how that suits them financially. And the answer isn't to continue to tax and add duties to imported products, in my view. My view is that the answer is to support local manufacturers to scale up, to invest in their infrastructure, give them relief in terms of any type of tax support, etc. But do what we can to try to grow the whole economies of scale conversation for manufacturing in PNG. We would love to sell more and more Papua New Guinean products across our business, but that will depend on how well the market develops over the years ahead. However, but growing PNG isn't just about businesses selling PNG-made products. At least in our view, growing PNG is also about growing capacity and capability within our people. And as Sir Mahesh indicated, that might be in terms of how we improve the investment in infrastructure and etc. upstream. But for us, it's equally as much about investing in the capability and capacity of our human capital. And what I mean by that is our 1,192 team members that are Papua New Guinean, how do we support their development so that they're the future of PNG? In recent years, we've invested heavily in developing our people at various levels through programs both internally and externally. We've developed over 30 team members internally through our Future Leaders program, as well as through external leadership programs through our partners at APTC. And many of the graduates of these programs now take on senior roles in our business. We've recently engaged 6 new university graduates as part of our graduate development program to provide on-the-job experience and build their capability within our organisation. And we've got 5 members of our finance and accounting teams currently undertaking a qualified CPA course, which will strengthen our commercial capability. Our technical services team are working on growing our skill base of trained technicians to service a vast range of products to ensure that we continue to deliver on our promise of servicing what we sell. And we currently have 6 apprentices and 2 trainers, ensuring that we continue to grow our quality of service as we grow. We have a number of internal programs that help to create career pathways for our team, both in the areas of technical skills and leadership development. And then lastly, both through our business and through the Sir Brian Bell Foundation, we're proud to be able to support thousands of Papua New Guineans across the country through programs, organisations and individuals, improving the well-being of our communities, supporting the education of our future leaders, and contributing to better health outcomes for our communities. This means that we can help more and more Papua New Papua New Guineans in our community through the hard work of our team. And our team all know that when they work hard and deliver great outcomes for our business, the virtuous cycle is that we can do more in our communities to help Papua New Guineans. So ultimately, our goal to support PNG's future is not just about supporting the growth of products and manufacturing and selling these in our shops, but it's also about finding ways to improve the skills and capability of Papua New Guineans to contribute to a better future for PNG. So Deveri, that's probably a really brief summary of what our business is all about. It is a summary as much about our people as it is about our products, but I'm happy to take any questions if you've got them, or any of the panel or people on the call might have them as well.
Ian, again, thank you. And we've spoken in previous engagements. My good father was part of the Brian Bell machinery when he was around, and definitely the being a recipient of many of those engagements, and just seeing that company grow in the years that he was associated is a fitting story on how the impact of the retail sector has had in the market. We do have some questions that are coming through, and I might pivot towards them and just push them out. Mahesh and so Mahesh and Ian, if you look at the chat section, they're present, but I'll jump into several of them. Sylvester Pokajam, the CEO of the Fishing Industry Association. Question for Sir Mahesh. Who are the main suppliers of your fresh frozen fish and canned products? What are the impediments faced in the supply chain?
Actually, that's a very valid question. It touches on exactly what I was saying about agriculture, that we've actually got local fishermen coming on a daily basis at our back docks. Again, there's no infrastructure built where there's central aggregating area. So, you might get prawns today, but not tomorrow. So it's totally disorganized. And if any of the authorities, we've got umpteen number of agencies under the government. If somebody can organize the aggregation so we can actually get consistent supply of both fresh and frozen. We've tried from some suppliers out of KVN, but again, logistics was a killer. We tried some smoked trout out of Mount Willem. Everybody knows Betty's Lodge there. Again, logistics and transport killed it. So if somebody can take the initiative, we'll be really happy to support that. All the canned stuff are they imported or through our local suppliers, the RD Tuners and Ego Canning and all of them.
You just sticking with you, Sir Mahesh, you would have noted that in two previous presentations, Ilan and Ruben, Ilan alluded to protection of our farmers from imports, and I do note that your supermarkets, they do have obviously imports as well. What's your thoughts on that in terms of protecting farmers and businesses such as Ilan's on imports?
I totally agree with that. I think to hell with WTO. Really, they don't care about the small growing nations, and they've got no idea to start with. We'll forever be importing onions and garlic and stuff out of overseas in China and cheaper prices. So there needs to be protection, but with caution. I said in my earlier, just today's presentation, that one of the ministers had the audacity to ban all import of onions a few years ago, if you'd remember, without looking to say, is there any local supply available or not? So I think we need to measure our capacity, our ability to actually fulfill the domestic market, and absolutely then give protection to our farmers. But you can't put the cart, before the horse.
Yeah. Ian, going back to your point on the manufacturing base, and we again, it's a valid observation you've made. producing televisions and electronic items and others that your group provides for the market. I just want to spend some time on that view that you made. It's not desirable. Could you expand further on why it's not desirable in the PNG market to look at these electronic products and other manufactured products?
I think Deveri, that you would argue that the priority for Papua New Guinea is to play to its strengths, and we're very recognised in areas of agriculture, and we're talking about fresh produce and other things, that fishing and etc. That PNG has a really strong reputation for delivery in that area. But if we started to get into manufacturing of items like electronics and white goods and things like that, the world is already so far ahead of us, and it would require a significant capital investment for any player that might want to get into that part of the manufacturing industry. I'd say that it would be just a bit of a fool's errand, given that the world is so far in advance, and the type of product that you need to get to source to just make up the parts, it'd be crazy. We are better off investing all of our energy in areas where we can make a difference, and when we do have access to resources that can ensure that we are competitive. And so we talk about in the fresh space, but also if you talk about in hard goods and areas like that, we've got some fantastic local producers of things like timber furniture and other items, that if we can just help them grow their manufacturing capacity, we can suddenly start to be a bit more competitive. We can currently get product that's timber product from Russia through the supply chain and into PNG at half the price we can manufacture a dining suite in PNG. And that doesn't mean we want to do that, but the customers tell us that they want to pay those sorts of prices. So for us, we're working with as many of the local manufacturers as we can to try to do a better job of providing better value and better design for product in PNG, made in PNG. But that's not going to happen quickly. It requires certainly plenty of support from the government to try to drive those people that are working in that part of the market to invest and to see the benefits of that for Papua New Guineans, because ultimately we want the Papua New Guinea product to be sitting on our shelf representing equal value or better than the product that comes from overseas.
Deveri, can I add something to that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, just taking on to Ian's point, I think it's a very valid point. I mean, we can, but the production efficiency needs to come through as well. I mean, you look at all the mining companies, the perks and the exemptions and all that they get there. I haven't seen anything that the government's offering to manufacturers. I mean, starting from electricity costs, the infrastructure cost, all the issues that's related. We cannot cost effectively manufacture things in PNG until all the elements in the chain of manufacturing is at a world competitive price. So that's going to be a key point of us wanting to manufacture anything in Papua New Guinea, or even downstream processing for agriculture.
So Mahesh is right, Deveri. I mean, just the cost for our poor guys trying to manufacture anything of electricity and power is just staggering, and the investment that they need to make to ensure consistency of that supply is staggering. So to compete on a world stage, or at least in the Pacific, you need to be able to provide incentives for them to be able to keep up with the costs that are being saved in other markets. I agree wholeheartedly.
Ian, we've got a question coming in from Sam Koyama. Ian, can you please comment on prices on agricultural equipment such as tractors and plows? Can that be subsidized so they are affordable? Tractors today, 150,000 to 200,000 kina. This is a killer for a farmer who wants to upgrade commercial farming.
There's a stack of factors in that question, and thank you, Sam, for asking it. I mean, the cost of goods on items like tractors and the like is significant. You're talking about a significant part of a piece of equipment. But sadly for Papua New Guinean consumers, in recent in recent times, you've seen the impacts of the exchange rate play a significant part in terms of the cost of goods. So, you know, this time last year, we were buying product at far better exchange rates than we are now. So a tractor, a piece of equipment is certainly more expensive just by default. The other thing that's hurting at the moment, and the reason that the cost of goods is higher in many imported products, is that there is a global challenge in the supply chain. There's a shortage of shipping containers, there's capacity issues on ships. And so we're finding that goods that used to take 3 to 5 months to arrive are taking 5 to 7 months to arrive. We're finding that the cost of steel and other items that go into many of these products is increasing at a rate far in excess of you know, CPI. So a number of the products that we're talking about are certainly seeing the cost of those goods going up. We're not seeing any, you know, improvement in our margins. Rest assured, we're certainly seeing the cost of goods driving up, which is putting pressure on the PNG consumer.
Thank you, Ian. I'm just going to pivot slightly to a topic that Ruth Cholai will cover in the afternoon, and this is it's a comment to both Somesh and Ian. Definitely, we are seeing a large interest and a surge in both the creative and the cultural industry, but we're also seeing a surge in counterfeit and piracy that's heavily impacting the growth of this sector. And more SMEs that will come on board this sector will face that challenge. Do you have a policy on authenticity of cultural and creative products that will be part of your procurement in your outlets?
Yeah, I think if I can go first, Ian. No, we've got a very, very strict policy. As you know, we've got, apart from our regular business of pharmacy supermarket, we've got a joint venture with Jax of PNG, which is really into design and art. And we've got very, very strict guidelines. In the early days, the team did fall foul of infringing on somebody's rights. We corrected that straight away, but they learned very quickly that we got to respect the culture and the intellectual property of some of these small designers. Since then, we're actually running competitions from our artistic community to say, you know, create more PNG design so we can actually use that. And it's actually coming on quite nicely. But on the same token, you talk about counterfeits and stuff, you know, the customs has to really, really put their foot down on these things. I'm not sure how. There are a lot of case studies done in Indonesia and places like that where international agencies like SGS or somebody has been involved, but the government needs to give the real tools and the resources and support to customs to monitor that, because we designed PNG independence shirts and laps and all that, and within months we see counterfeits out of China selling on the street markets for, you know, one third the price. So there is really no protection. We've got the right customs commissioner at the moment. I've got a lot of faith in David Toe because he's worked in the private sector, and especially with BAT, where we've got all these issues. So I think if he's given the right resources and whatever is required to control that, we can easily snap that down.
I agree with Mahesh. There's absolutely a need for us to crack down on this. And I see Ernie's made a comment about penalties, and absolutely we can challenge the penalties and ensure that they represent you know, a deterrent to the market. But the key for me, as Mahesh indicated, is all about enforcement. So you know, we can have all the policy we like in credible organisations like CPL and the Brian Bell Group, but ultimately we rely on the agencies to enforce all of these regulatory requirements around copyright and breaching and counterfeit. you know, we don't have enough product in our business to take a position other than we only want to deal in genuine articles. We've only just started selling some PNG designed fabric, and we're very, very careful of what we put on our shelves to ensure that it meets all of those requirements. But equally, we sell a lot of products that are highly regarded and wanted, and we're finding more and more products in the Papua New Guinean market that aren't genuine, they're not authentic, and they damage the brand of those manufacturers that do sell product. A really good example of that is one of the most recognised products in our business is the Tramontina bush knife. Now, everyone in Papua New Guinea who wants to chop something down has probably got a Tramontina bush knife to do that. And sadly, there's many, unscrupulous businesses that want to try to take some of that market away and bring in inferior product. The Tramontina business is very passionate about protecting their brand, but we're equally as passionate about protecting their brand for them. And so we need support. Any retailer needs support in terms of enforcement, in my view. It's all very well to have the framework. We absolutely need to have penalties that reflect the damage that these people are doing, but we need people out there working for the various government bodies to protect the market by enforcing what these regulatory requirements are.
Ian and Sir Mahesh, thank you again for participating in this conference. We definitely value the great work that the retail sector is actively promoting national content. And again, unfortunately, we had several other retailers that did indicate their attendance, but they just had to pull out. Sergio from the Papindo Group has, again, fantastic story about the vanilla boom and how his company Papindo is present in Maprik. And I've been told quite regularly from the governor of East Sepik, it's the only shop in a district that has a 3-level elevator. So it's those stories about where the retailers are definitely moving across the length and breadth of the country. And Brian Bell and CPL is a familiar name, not just in Port Moresby, but right across the provinces. And also Hulala, who couldn't join us as well. The Puma story is a PNG story as well. The value adding they've done on the gas bottles is a testament on many SMEs that are now popping up right across the country as resellers. So ladies and gentlemen, this ends our morning session, and I just want to thank all the speakers and the participants that have dialed in, and also those of you that have been quite diligent in your questions. Apologies that we weren't able to get, if we couldn't get your question to be responded by speakers, but we certainly will follow those questions up with each of them as we put together an outcomes of this conference. Again, I just want to thank the main partners of this event, the Papua New Guinea Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the IBBM Enterprise Centre, ExxonMobil PNG Limited, and the Business Council of Papua New Guinea. Please join me at, let me get my timing right here, at 1:30 when we hear Dr. Francis Huolap Momi, the Acting Secretary for the Department of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, on a truly fantastic initiative that his department is pursuing in matching the tens of thousands of graduates from our national institutions, from the colleges, the universities, and how that supply side of human resource can link with the private sector skills demands that many of the companies and the projects that are currently on track require. So Dr. Hualap Momi will give us his thoughts at 10 past 1. And so probably we could break for a short break and come back with Dr. Francis's presentation on the supplying PNG's workforce. So thank you, and we'll see you all at 10 past 1.